Very good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for coming here for our flagship conference, the 4th Globalized Education Forum 2021. May I take this opportunity to please welcome today amongst us our chief guest, Honorable Minister in Charge, Mr. Humayun Kabir, of the Department of Technical Education, Training and Skill Development, Government of West Bengal. May I also welcome our virtual speakers today who are joining us online, Dr. Nagappan Gopukumar, Joint Secretary, UGC, Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General, Association of Indian Universities, Mr. Satyam Roy Choudhury, Chancellor, Sister Nivedita University, and Chairman, ICC National Expert Committee on Higher Education and Training, Professor Dr. Dhrubajyoti Chattopadhyay, Vice Chancellor, Sister Nivedita University and Co-Chairman of ICC National Expert Committee on Higher Education and Training, Mr. Pradeep Agrawal, CEO, Heritage Group of Institutions, Member, ICC National Expert Committee. May I also welcome on stage Professor Shoykot Mitra, Vice Chancellor, Macaut. Before I start the program, I would also request our Honorable Chairman, Mr. Satyam Roy Choudhury, Chancellor, Sister Nivedita University, to deliver his welcome address. Just a few words on the conference before Professor Roy Choudhury will take over. ICC has been actively engaged with the education sector, addressing their key issues relating to policy matter and developing a roadmap to leverage the growth potential of this sector. To focus on issues such as guiding and facilitating the student fraternity, highlighting Kolkata vis-a-vis East and Northeast as the hub for higher education and skill development initiatives. ICC has been organizing the Globalized Education Forum over the past few years. This is the 4th edition of this flagship event, which aims to highlight the emerging amalgamation of traditional and technologically advanced techniques in the teaching, learning process to pursue larger objectives. This year's theme is Pandemic Catalyzed Metamorphosis in Education. May I now request Professor Roy Choudhury to deliver his welcome address. Thank you.
Very good morning. Mr. Humayun Kabir, Honorable Minister in Charge, Department of Technical Education, Training and Skill Development, Government of West Bengal. Welcome, sir. Dr. Nagappan Gopukumar, Joint Secretary, UGC. He is in online. Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General, Association of Indian Universities, Dr. Shoykot Mitra, Vice Chancellor, Maulana Abul Kalam Azad University, Professor Dr. Dhrubajyoti Chattopadhyay, Vice Chancellor, Sister Nivedita University, and our co-chairman, ICC National Expert Committee of Higher Education and Training. Mr. Pradeep Kumar Agrawal, CEO, Heritage Group, and member, Indian Chamber National Expert Committee on Higher Education and Training. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure and honor to welcome you all here today on behalf of the Indian Chamber of Commerce. I would like to extend warm welcome to everyone present here with us. And it is a very good thing that after long, we are here in physical meeting that was very much needed in this time. First of all, on behalf of the Indian Chamber of Commerce, I would like to express my great pleasure in welcoming Mr. Humayun Kobir, Honorable Minister in charge, Department of Technical Education, Training and Skill Development, Government of West Bengal. I extend my warm welcome to Dr. Nagappan Gopukumar, Joint Secretary UGC, and Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal, Joint Secretary General, Association of Indian Universities. It is really our privilege and honor to have all of you with us to this program. To set the tone of today's discussion, I want to make few brief points about transformation of education sector in the pandemic influence time. The outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic had impacted very sphere of life. It is every sphere of life. The education sector was not exception. The sector has been adversely affected by this pandemic. This closure of educational institution due to the pandemic disruption, the structure of training, assessment, and examination, the education sector thus had to go through an irreversible teaching and learning crisis. And most of the academicians present here, we all know this. The digitization of education became a necessity in order to provide seamless education. Online method, which was considered as a disruptor, has come to rescue the sector. COVID-19 has given us the opportunity to reflect often what should be the structure of higher educational institutions and in what forms we can ensure accessible education during and after the pandemic. The merits and demerits of online learning and, in some measures, of broadcast-based learning are being debated there. There is a sense of heightened anxiousness and urgency to find solution to tide over the pandemic-induced crisis. The education sector needs solution from the access front, pedagogy angle, the teacher training front, and the collaboration angle to effectively tackle the problem of providing education through technology. Even though the country has been adapting to the new age learning, but there still lays in obstacles in making the endeavors entirely successfully. What still remains intact is that only 45 crore people of our total population of the country have access to the internet and thus to e-learning. The people residing in rural areas still do not have access to the latest advancement and therefore hampering the cause of online learning. Virtual classrooms are not only dependent on e-lectures, but also require one to have access to the e-content and online study material, practice sets, etc. as well. That is where the gap needs to be filled. A lot of infrastructure needs to be created to make education reach all corners of the nation via digital platform or online classrooms. There is the need for more tech-savvy educational institutions to handhold lesser tech-savvy ones, putting in place a proper plan of action for students, teachers, institutions, as well as the ensuring teacher training in the use of technology for education. The institution should collaborate to improve the quantity and quality of education provided through technology. The government needs to provide for internet connections to its citizens, while educational institutions must move on from just online classes to 100% online delivery and assessment, and also complete online delivery of course credits. Thus, educational institutions should begin to collaborate, as the problems they would be facing would be similar, to try to reach a more fruitful amalgamation of educational sector and technology. Uncertain times call for stronger measures, and the education industry has been stepping up to take some measures. The pandemic has been working as a catalyst for the educational institution to grow and opt for platforms and techniques they have not used before. The times are changing, and the theories have always pointed out towards the survival of the fittest. Against this backdrop, the Indian Chamber of Commerce is organizing the 4th Globalized Education Forum 2021. The forum will try to highlight the emerging amalgamation of traditional and technological advancement of techniques in the teaching, learning process to pursue the larger objectives. The forum will scrutinize the metamorphosis vis-à-vis the National Education Policy 2020, which was brought to the forefront for a mindful approach to education. Thanking you all, wish you all the best.
Thank you so much, Mr. Satyam Roy Chaudhary, for your welcome address. On a special request, I have Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General, Association of Indian Universities, would like to kind of address the forum because she has to leave on an emergency meeting. So I would like to welcome Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General, Association of Indian University, to please deliver her speech. Thank you.
So we're holding the 4th GEF 2021, and it is very timely and apt, and it is required in today's time. So, and I'm also sorry that I am coming in between because I have another webinar at 10:30, which is a UNESCO webinar, and I cannot afford to be late there. So sorry for that. But coming to this topic, when we talk of scenario post-pandemic, like how higher education will be changing post-pandemic, I do remember an episode which happened something like 100 years ago, and that was with Einstein. So Einstein in 1905, he gave a question paper to his students, and when the teaching assistant saw the question paper, he came running and said, "Sir, there's a mistake." He says, "What is the mistake?" He says, "Sir, there's a mistake because the same paper you gave to the same set of students last year also. So how can you give the same paper? So there is some terrible mistake." Einstein smiled. He says, "Question paper is the same, but the answers are different." Why? Because in 1904, Einstein published 4 papers, which were very important on theory of relativity, Brownian motion, that E is equal to mc square and all. That changed the very paradigm of physics education. And therefore, questions were the same, but the answers were different because he wanted to know whether his students have really gone through the papers and they have understood them or not. Similarly, in today's context, questions are the same. I mean, before the pandemic and before the national education policy, and after the pandemic and after the NEP, questions are the same. What to teach, how to assess the students, how to place the students, how to do the collaboration. Questions are the same, but the answers are entirely different because post-pandemic, we are not meeting face to face like when the pandemic struck in, say, 2019 in March. We were really, we were at our wits' end what to do because all the universities, all the colleges were closed, and the teachers as well as students were sitting at home. Initially, it looked as if everything is closed and this is, we will not be able to handle it. But slowly, hats off to our teachers. They started teaching online and the studies resumed. Of course, we cannot compare face to face with online. But with this pandemic, we also saw that how the crisis can be converted into an opportunity. So with this pandemic, because all through I have been in UGC, we have been trying to promote online education to a large extent, but any number of efforts would not have given as much result as pandemic has given. So all of a sudden, online was so popular. All of a sudden, blended education was popular. All of a sudden, assessment and evaluation through using technology was popular, which we have been advocating for years together with very little success. So sometimes some adversities work like a opportunity also, and this is what happened with this pandemic. So what the future education would be like? So when we talk of future education, we know that during the pandemic, all the infrastructure we had created, whether it was buildings, classrooms, laboratories, everything was closed and everything was being done remotely or virtually. So the future of education, I don't say that the future of education will be totally online or it will be totally face to face. The future of education will be blended. So it will be blended education with the use of lot of technology. So in future, how we teach, it will be different and how we learn will be different. Today, the student doesn't have to depend upon the education which is imparted or knowledge which is imparted to him in the classroom. He is having the vast sort of scope of learning from anywhere. There are so many online resources in India. We ourselves have India MOOCs platform called Swayam, where something like 2,000 courses are there. Now the students don't have to wait that, okay, if this particular say optional paper is not being offered in my university, I will not be able to take it. No, they can take it. And the innovative concept of ABC, Academic Bank of Credit, which is totally technology driven. Now, ABC is something I personally feel that this is the most innovative concept of national education policy, in which the students have the total freedom. I said they can take any course, any university, any mode, any country, and they can be studying from anywhere. I mean, whatever best in any combination. Like today, physics student cannot take music or dance, but then under ABC, a student is free to take any courses. So under ABC, the student will be taking multiple courses from multiple places and then getting a degree in lieu of those courses for which he has accumulated the credits in the Academic Bank of Credit. So he has an account. Like a commercial bank in which you deposit the money, in ABC, he will be depositing the credits. So who could have thought of all these things before NEP or before the pandemic? Therefore, my take is that after these two episodes, I mean, in most of the countries, it was only one, that is COVID, but in India, there are two major happenings which have happened in last 2 years. One is COVID and second is the NEP, which came after 34 years. And both of them have transformed we are talking about the metamorphosis. So it has really transformed the landscape of higher education in India, right from teaching learning to how we do the assessment and evaluation. We saw that during the pandemic, how difficult it was to hold 3-hour examination at the end of the semester. And the policy also said that it is not a right way of assessing the student 3 hours after the semester. So they emphasized on the continuous assessment and evaluation of the students, and that too using technology. Now that is becoming a reality. The only thing which we need to do is, one, bridge the digital divide, because India is a diverse country and there are many students who do not even have access to, say, devices or the space to learn or the connectivity, and even some places electricity. So one, that digital divide has to be bridged. And second, we need to do a lot of capacity building of the teachers as well as the students, because all of a sudden when we tell the teachers to teach online, for which they are not prepared initially, they do teach online, but that is not an effective online teaching method. So they have to be trained to teach online effectively. Students have to learn effectively online. And also the teachers have to be trained to do assessment and evaluation in a continuous basis. It is easy to issue the guidelines, okay, from now onwards it will be continuous assessment and evaluation. But who will train the teachers? Because, for example, some of the universities started, okay, this year we'll have open book examination. But setting up of a paper of open book examination is not as we set up for the regular examinations. So the teachers have to be trained on how to set up the open book examination. They have to be trained on how to devise a curriculum which is learning outcome based curriculum. So therefore a lot of capacity building of the teachers as well as the students is required. And of course the policy talks about curriculum and collaborations, and internationalization has been given a lot of boost in this policy. So I feel that after the policy is implemented in letter and spirit, there will be a total metamorphosis of the higher education system of the country. And the pandemic has worked like the catalyst to boost that transformation. So with this, I would like to end my thought. I'm again sorry for coming in between, and I'm not able to speak much because of the time constraints. Sometime again, if I meet you, we'll be having a detailed discussion. Thank you very much. Thanks for inviting me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal, for your deliberations in the inaugural address, in the inaugural session. May I now request Vice Chancellor Maulana Abul Kalam University, Professor Shoikat Moitro, to please felicitate our Honorable Minister, Mr. Humayun Kabir. Thank you so much. I'm sorry this felicitation is delayed, but it was delayed because Dr. Mittal had to lead for another webinar. Thank you so much. Can I request all our dignitaries present on the dais and all committee members present here today, including Mr. Taranjeet Singh, thank you so much for coming, sir, to please proceed for the lamp lighting. Thank you so much. All of the committee members, please. Dr. Singh is our Director General in Indian Chamber of Commerce, sir, please proceed for the lamp lighting. Dr. S.P. Singh, please. Mr. Tibruwal, Mr. Agarwal. Thank you.
Sarvakaryeshu sarvada. Om Ganganapataye Namaha. Om Ganganapataye Namaha. Om Ganganapataye Namaha.
Thank you so much. May I now request Professor Dhrubajyoti Chattopadhyay, Vice Chancellor, Sister Nivedita University, and co-chairman of the ICC National Expert Committee on Higher Education and Training, to please come up on stage and deliver the theme address. He is also the summit chairman of this conference. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm sure that at the onset, I like to express that after a long time, we are physically meeting many of us. And that's a different feeling also. And for that, I really want to thank the Director General Rajiv Singh for actually always trying to convince us, why don't we try to do this in the blended form? Thank you, Rajiv ji, and definitely your team, Raina, Pooja, and others, for giving this opportunity to be together, at least to see many of our friends today. We are indeed very, very fortunate that our Honorable Minister in charge, Department of Technical Education, Training and Skill Development, Government of West Bengal, Mr. Humayun Kabir, is with us. We have virtually the representations from University Grants Commission as well as AIU, Dr. Nagappan Gopakumar and Dr. Pankaj Mittal. We have our leader, the chairman of the ICC National Expert Committee on Higher Education and Training, Mr. Satyam Roy Chaudhary, and one of the most prominent member of the committee, Professor Shoikat Moitro, who is the Vice Chancellor of McCoud. Ladies and gentlemen, 2020, it's been a year of paramount importance when it comes to changes that took place across sectors in terms of the way they conducted their operations and the way they planned to conduct the operations going ahead. The education sector was no exception. And the traditional education system was brought to its knees by the pandemic. A new experience, a new challenge. The technology solutions which came to the rescue to keep the flow of knowledge going, it was due to the agility of the sector that could avoid knowledge from reaching out to the 335 million students enrolled in the country. Be it simple communication or the different types of education technology, the traditional education system has been ready to try it. I just want to remind all of you that the human genome sequencing, which came out 20 years back, itself predicted the personalized genetic thing along with all the different aspects of our life cycle. The personalized medicine, we know about it. And now, over here, the opportunity is in front of us to find out every individual is unique. So individualization in education and mapping their skills based on their capacity is a need of the hour. Taking this into account, the National Education Policy 2020 had been put in place and has prescribed guiding principles for the sector with changing employment and global ecosystems. The children must not only learn, but learn how to learn. And when I said children, that I want to mention from the senior professors to the kids in the KG nursery. Because everyone we have to learn, we have to unlearn a lot of things, and we have to relearn a lot of things. So education must allocate more attention to critical thinking, problem-solving skills, and the ability to adopt and absorb new skills and materials. The new paradigm of on-demand learning, blended learning, bring the own device approach and use of the disruption technologies such as IoT and AI are changing the face of education and has been given a lot of importance. And that's why we're talking about metamorphosis. And this metamorphosis, which we are thinking for a long time, is not possible, but COVID-19 helped us to do this by catalyzing a lot of things under pressure. I just want to mention a couple of points which are very important for designing today's meeting, and those are related with the things which are the challenges before all of us. The First point I want to mention, create interoperable, transparent credentials. Let's build an understandable, transparent credential system. Our more than 730,000 credentials, degrees, licenses, certificates, industry certification, badges, must be understandable, trusted, transferable, and interoperable. We can and must use technology to fully implement open linked data systems for all credentials. And to automate and thus scale this articulation, we must improve the completeness and quality of data inside credentials. The second is the colleges. It has to break the degree into micro-credentials. Educational institutions can rightfully take on the role of the nation's employment and talent development agency under the watchwords: get a job, keep a job, create a job. Students should be looked at from completely a different approach, and national education policy actually given us this opportunity also by making the whole courses divided into different sectors. The third point is very important for me, that develop alternatives to the college degree. You don't have to think about anybody coming out of this class 12 has to go to the college. There are many other opportunities. So accelerate alternative pathways into the market, skill market. The student should have the opportunity to get something more after the high schools and get the associate degree which will make them employable to the sector. The fourth is remove the bias and artificial barriers in hiring. The learning and career readiness must be scientifically validated through assessment. So overcoming the biggest hurdle, the skepticism, the risk aversion, and concern about quality are going to be considered by the leaders who are present over here in a very, very important way. And we have to understand the path forward. It's bright. If we are bold, we have to be bold enough to accept these challenges and to make the changes. And so let's think boldly and climb out of this perfect storm together. Break the linearity and put ourselves out there. Intent and commitment are important to build a sustainable and successful career, and make the students the right candidate and get comfortable with the technologies. And for that, we need the crossover learning, learning through argumentation, incidental learning, context-based learning, computational thinking, learning by doing things, embodied learning, adaptive teaching, analytics of emotions, which are very, very important, and help them to understand what we mean by emotional quotient and stress management. So the relevance of the entrepreneurship in India is also going to be very important. So these are the various aspects what we are going to discuss during the whole day deliberations in several panels. And I want to end that ICC, which has been actively engaged with the education sector, addressing their key issues relating to the policy matter and developing a roadmap in leveraging the growth potential of this sector. The fourth Globalized Education Forum 2021 is another step forward in this direction. I sincerely believe that today's summit will give enough recommendations to take back home and delve upon. The thing what I want to mention over here, all the committee members, we could see Pradeep ji and our chairman, but there are many other committee members over here. They actually given the inputs for making this particular program a real success. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you so much, Professor Chattopadhyay. We have amongst us virtually Dr. Nagappan Gopukumar, Joint Secretary, University Grants Commission. May I now request Dr. Gopukumar to deliver his special address, please? Thank you.
Madam, it's a privilege to participate in the 4th Globalized Forum and today's summit theme, Pandemic Catalyzed Metamorphosis in Education. And I am thankful to Indian Chamber of Commerce and the organizers for providing me an opportunity. Respected Minister, distinguished dignitaries and delegates, a very good morning to all. The theme of the summit, Pandemic Catalyzed Metamorphosis in Education, is the title is rightly framed because of this pandemic situation and the disruption in the higher education system. Coming to UGC, in the recent past, a couple of initiatives in which UGC was also associated with helped the teaching and the teachers and the student community a lot during the pandemic period. The first one is the initiative is EPG Pathashala. It is an initiative platform where the complete curriculum for 23 PG subjects were made available on this platform. This helped the students as well as teachers, teaching community during the pandemic period. The another one is the SWAYAM platform, the online platform where courses developed by teachers from different universities and higher education institutions were made available through a platform called SWAYAM platform by the Ministry of Education. In 2016, UGC framed a regulation through which students can avail these courses and earn credits, and which can be transferred to their parent institution and which will be reflected in their final degree certificate also. So during this pandemic period, earlier in 2016, when this regulation was framed, the maximum ceiling to transfer of the credit is 20%. During the pandemic period, UGC has amended the regulation and increased to 40%. So these two initiatives came very helpful to the students during this pandemic period. I have a few brief PPT to share with the participants. One of the important recommendations of the National Education Policy is the multidisciplinary education. The main thrust of the policy is to end fragmentation of higher education and thereby moving towards a multidisciplinary education in the higher education structure. Next. So the NEP recommends an higher education that is holistic, multidisciplinary, flexible. Next slide. So to achieve the multidisciplinary education, the major reforms recommended in the NEP 2020 is the holistic and multidisciplinary education. To achieve this multidisciplinary education, we need a higher education qualification framework with a revised choice-based credit system that will give a restructured degree programs that will with multiple entry and exit in the academic programs, and the instrument which is going to help this multiple entry and exit is going to be the academic bank of credits. These are some of the initiatives which UGC has already started, like formulating a national higher education qualification framework, academic bank of credits, multiple guidelines for multiple entry and multiple exit in academic programs, and development of educational framework for global citizenship in higher education. National higher education qualification framework. Why a qualification framework we need? Actually, if you see the title of qualifications like BA, BCom, BSc, B.Ed, BTech, there are so many qualifications which vary in the content, the duration. Based on this differentiation, it is difficult to make equivalence of certificates, diploma, degree, and also the employers found it difficult to what are the competencies expected of a qualification. To arrange these qualifications of higher educations in a series of levels based on the competencies acquired by a candidate, there was a requirement of a qualification framework, and an expert committee constituted by UGC is working on framing this national higher education qualification at present. In this regard, the national education policy says a national higher education qualification framework will be formulated, which will be in sync with the national skill qualification framework, so that it will integrate the vocational education into the general education. Further, it will also describe the qualifications of degree, diploma, certificate, etc. And this will enable and facilitate credit transfer and equivalence. This once the broad framework of a qualification framework is given, based on that the existing choice-based credit system will be revised. This is presently under process. As envisioned in the national education policy, the degree programs are going to be restructured. As we see, as prescribed in the policy document, EG is going to be 3 years as well as 4 years, and the PG 1 year as well as 2 years, and the PhD. For PhD, those who are completing 4-year undergraduate with research program will have a direct entry into the PhD. So this is broadly the restructured degree programs. Multiple entry and multiple exit is an initiative based on the NEP 2020 UGC has initiated, and the guidelines for the policy, the multiple entry exit has already been published. The main policy direction of NEP 2020 for the multiple entry exit is imaginative and flexible curricular structure will enable creative combination of discipline for study, would offer multiple entry and exit options. Some of the salient features of multiple entry exit: it provides the learners with varied certification options. For example, a student who is exiting at the end of first year will be given a certificate, at the second year will be given a diploma, at the end of third year, undergraduate degree will be awarded, and at the end of fourth year, undergraduate degree with research and undergraduate degree with honors will be awarded, and those who are completing undergraduate degree with research will have a direct entry to research program. So based on the undergraduate program, the master's program will also have a different exit points. Those who are completing 4-year undergraduate with honors will have 1-year master's program, and those who complete 3-year undergraduate program will have a 2 years PG program, and they can exit at the end of the first year with a PG diploma. On the left side of the screen, you can see the guidelines published by UGC. This was launched by Honorable Prime Minister on 29 July 2021, marking the completion of the first year of launch of National Education Policy 2020. To enable the multiple entry exit and thereby achieve the multidisciplinary education as envisioned in the National Education Policy, the main instrument is going to be the Academic Bank of Credits. This is an entity which digitally stores the credits deposited by students, and students can transfer the credit as and when they want, redeem the credits as per their requirement, and leading to the award of certificate, diploma, and degree. So this is an important initiative which is going to help the multidisciplinary education in the country. The ABC is based on the principle of distributed and flexible teaching learning that allows a student to learn as per his or her own convenience. They can drop education midway and join back as and when they want from where they have left. This will also address the dropout rates, curtailing the dropout rates. This ABC is likely to help in reducing the dropout rate also and improving GER. The main features of ABC is those institutes with NAC A grade or NBA with minimum score of 675 in 3 programs, or top 100 NIR of institutions, top 1000 institutions ranked in QS and THE are eligible for registering with the ABC. And credits earned and deposited with the ABC are valid for a varying duration, but the shelf life is going to be 7 years. And students should earn 50. Any student who is looking for this the advantages through an ABC should necessarily earn 50% of the credits from the parent university. The remaining 50% from any other institutions. Some of the advantages of this academic bank of credits include horizontal mobility across the HEAs in the country, freedom to choose course of their aptitude, can enroll in HEA of their interest, opt for teachers of their choice, can tailor their degree or make specific modifications or specializations, and they can have multiple entry and multiple exit in their academic program, and this will also facilitate lifelong learning. And this is the regulations notified by UGC in 2021, and on the date of on the day marking the first year of the launch of National Education Policy. This was also launched by the Honorable Prime Minister on 29 July 2021. See, in order to ensure the multidisciplinary education, there are a few more things to complete. The rest of the initiatives to complete the chain of reforms to ensure multidisciplinary educations, like the revision of choice-based credit system, guidelines for multidisciplinary education, pedagogical approaches, and blended learning are still in the process, and various expert committees are working on these directions, and these initiatives will be completed in the coming 2 to 3 months, and which will be made available for all the beneficiaries. Thank you for the organizers for providing me an opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nagappan Gopakumar, for your special address. May I now request our chief guest, Honorable Minister in charge, Department of Technical Education, Training and Skill Development, Government of West Bengal, Mr. Humayun Kabir, to please address all of us here. Thank you, sir.
Distinguished guest on the dais, Mr. Sattam Rai Chaudhary, the Chancellor, Sister Nivedita University, and Chairman, ICC National Experts Committee on Higher Education and Training. Professor Soikat Mitro, the Vice Chancellor of Maulana Abul Kalam Azad University of Technology, Mr. Pradeep Agarwal, CEO Heritage Group and member ICC National Expert Committee on Higher Education, and virtually present among us, Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General, Association of Indian Universities, and Dr. Nagappan Gopakumar, Joint Secretary, UG, University Grants Commission. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning everyone, and Shubha Vijaya to all of you. It is my privilege and pleasure to be here this morning at the 4th Globalized Education Forum 2021 organized by Indian Chamber of Commerce. We are talking about the national education policy. So the new educational policy breaks old restriction and allows the students to realize their full potential. It has envisioned a student-centric education with enhanced focus on liberal education, mainstream of vocational education, out of classroom teaching, and provides ample weightage to the students' aspirations. It allows flexibility in selection of subjects and also selection of medium. The policy promotes entrepreneurship, self-employment, research, and innovation. The education policy is a major step forward, realizing the importance of experience-based education and hands-on skill training. Our Honorable Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee launched Utkarsh Bangla
a flagship program of West Bengal government in the year 2016 on 16 February with a view to facilitate the sustainable livelihood opportunity among the skilled youth of the state. Over a period, under the visionary leadership of Honorable Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, Utkarsha Bangla has evolved an acclaimed international repute through continuous focused implementation. Paschim Banga Society for Skill Development, under the Department of Technical Education, Training and Skill Development, is the nodal agency for implementing skill development and skill intervention in the state. The Department of Technical Education, Training and Skill Development, Government of West Bengal has adopted three-tier skilling system in the vocational training centers at the panchayat level, and it vertical is leading to a vertical integration possibility with the ITI in each block and to the polytechnic in the each subdivision. Our target is to develop polytechnic at least one in each subdivision of the state. We are also trying to set up Center of Excellences in collaboration with the industry and industry associations in sectors area having high potential on employment opportunities. Notably, the annual target of skilling in the state is around 6 lakh of youth under the institutional and non-institutional mode. Under the skill development program, we have non-project mode skilling, where depending on the requirements, various department, PBSSD, Paschim Banga Society for Skill Development, assigns batches to empaneled training providers. The training providers are assigned to work orders for individual batches. We also have project mode for skilling for the private training providers, identify the trainees, sectors, and locations, and accordingly submit proposal to the PBSSD and our expert team, Project Appraisal Committee, and Project Approval and Sanction Committee of PBSSD judge the viability of the proposal and approves the proposal for approval. Additionally, under the RPL, recognition of prior learning, mode of training is conducted those people who are working in non-formal ways and without recognition. In RPL mode, the private training providers identify the trainees, sectors, and location and submit projects to the Paschim Banga Society for Skill Development. Then a project approval and sanctioning committee judge the viability of the proposal, and if it is found apt, the projects are sanctioned subsequently. Within 3 years of commencement of our Utkarsha Bangla, as I told you earlier, the program was successfully inducted in the block level. Under this, thousands of unemployed youth of the state have been trained under various trades like wiring, tailoring, plumbing, etc. Many of them are now self-employed in their concerned areas. Notably, Utkarsha Bangla was ranked among the top 5 programs in the capacity building segment in the World Summit on the Information Society, a United Nations arm. The Directorate of Training and Technical Education and Training West Bengal, under the administrative control of Department of Technical Education, Training and Skill Development, Government of West Bengal of the state, looks at the education of diploma level. As per the directive of the state government, we are in progress to setting up at least, as I told you earlier, setting up at least one polytechnic college in each subdivision of the state. The Directorate of Industrial Training, West Bengal, under the Administrative and Department of Technical Education, Training and Skill Development, Government of West Bengal, imparts craftsmen and training of substantial number of youth in different trades for supply and skilled manpower to the different industries. We are offering vocational education and training program through our VTCs. It is a class 8 plus level, 10 plus level, and in some rare cases, in the 12 plus level also. Through different vocational training centers within the state, around 628 such vocational training centers are in West Bengal. And we have encouraged the students to innovate and present their ideas, which could be a step towards future industry-academia partnership. Post-COVID pandemic situation that has caused a havoc in our state, not only in our state, throughout India and globally. The students developed various models and tools through the online training and industry, which would be industry-friendly under the centrally sponsored scheme of vocationalization of secondary and higher secondary education under the National Vocational Education Qualification Framework. In the current financial year budget, Government of West Bengal has allocated 1,285 crores to the Technical Education Training and Skill Development Department. Under Utkarsha Bangla, we have 185 polytechnic colleges and 283 industrial training institutes. And that have already been operationalized. Initiative have been taken to develop smart classes in each polytechnic and ITI in collaboration with the industries and industrial association for betterment of the teaching and learning session in the technique and also the techniques. Upgrading of existing vocational training centers are being taken up, and we have identified 495 such vocational training centers, and we are ready for the upgradation of all these vocational training centers from our state fund itself. Realizing the importance of vocational training and education in creating employable workforce, the West Bengal government has announced to provide advanced vocational training in higher secondary schools also. In an industrial and as towards the noble initiative, along with our three directors, Director of Industrial Training, Director of Technical Education and Training, and Directorate of Vocational Training. Now we are running, and also we are running PBSSD, that is Paschim Bongo Society for Skill Development, running various short-term skilling programs, including Deen Dayal Upadhyay Gramin Kaushal Yojana, Prime Minister Kaushal Vikas Yojana, and Utkarsha Bangla is state-sponsored skill development scheme. To ensure the direct industry engagement in the skilling ecosystem, departments had launched various innovative initiatives, which is in now win-win situation for the industries and trainees. We have adopted recruit, train, and deploy RTD model for such outstanding scheme. This is an outstanding scheme, and we are trying for this. For making skilling demand-driven and out of the driven, our department has constituted district skilling committee also and developed district skill development plan. The objective of the developing district skill development plan is to identify the district-wise skill gap between the trainees and the industries, and to introduce demand-oriented courses at every district of West Bengal. We are now working on this, and we are also trying to converge our department with the labor department for developing career counseling center in each district of West Bengal, so that the candidates and students who are being imparted training, the institutions imparted training, they can find a suitable organization who can guide them for their future planning and choosing the career. I hope the leaders of industries wholeheartedly participate in this endeavor of our government for providing the youths of West Bengal for the gainful employment. Thank you. All the best. Stay safe. Thank you very much. Namaste.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for your deliberations. May I now request all of the dignitaries present on dais, Mr. Satyam Rai Chaudhary, Professor Dhrupajyoti Chattopadhyay, Vice Chancellor, Sister Nivedita University, Honorable Minister, Mr. Pradeep Kumar Agarwal, Mr. Taranjeet Singh, Professor Dhrupajyoti Chattopadhyay and Mr. Taranjeet Singh, we would request you also to come up on the dais. We are going to inaugurate our knowledge report. The release of the knowledge report, Pandemic Catalyzed Metamorphosis in Education, prepared by Indian Chamber of Commerce. Thank you. Professor Shoykot Mitro, kindly also release the knowledge report. Thank you so much. May I now request Mr. Pradeep Kumar Agarwal, CEO Heritage Group and member of ICC National Expert Committee on Higher Education Training, to please deliver the vote of thanks. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. It is my privilege and honor to propose the formal vote of thanks on behalf of the Indian Chamber of Commerce at the end of this engaging and enriching session. We are extremely thankful to Mr. Humayun Kabir, Honorable Minister in charge, Department of Technical Education, Training and Skill Development, Government of West Bengal, for his gracious presence at this forum and sharing government initiatives taken so far and his valuable insights, sir. I would like to also sincerely thank Dr. Nagappan Gopukumar, Joint Secretary UGC, Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General Association of Indian Universities, Mr. Satyam Rai Chaudhary, Chancellor, Sister Nivedita University, and Chairman ICC National Expert Committee on Higher Education and Training, Professor Dhrubajyoti Chattopadhyay, Vice Chancellor, Sister Nivedita University, and Co-Chairman, ICC National Expert Committee on Higher Education and Training, for their valuable deliberations. My heartfelt thanks goes to all the fellow members of ICC National Expert Committee members, as well as the delegates for their participation and patient hearing. I think the session has successfully captured the current scenario of the Indian education space and how implementation of the NEP is boarding towards the betterment of India at all levels of education amid the changing landscape. Education sector in India has witnessed a massive change over the past 2 years. While on one hand, the curriculum and rigidity in the courses have been modified, on the other, forced isolations at home caused a complete overhaul in the mode of education. While work from home, remote working, etc., were known concept in the corporate job world, and end-to-end remote education starting from preschool to higher education was unheard of. However, thanks to the huge internet penetration in our country, education sector could quickly adapt itself to this new normal. While there were infrastructural hindrances such as dearth of computers or smartphones, initially due to lack of affordability, government has been proactive in finding ways to address these challenges on a regular basis. Acclimatization teachers and educators with this new complete digital mode of imparting knowledge was also challenging in many places, but as we approach to the end of 2021, we can proudly say that such challenges are minimized significantly. Since the outbreak of COVID, Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji has spoken of resilience and flexibility in his speeches across various sectors, and we believe that education sector has shown the most resilience and flexibility and is continuing to do so. A change in the sector's policy was long due, and the NEP 2020 paved the way for a brighter India with increased focus on employability and not just what to learn, but also how to learn. We at ICC have also undertaken a number of initiatives towards the welfare of the education sector in India. We have undertaken seminars and workshops to foster industry-academia partnership for a prosperous education system in India. Today's summit is the fourth edition of our flagship initiative, where we aim to address the NEP and its implementation across the various levels of education in India. And what more needs to be done for the betterment of the sector. We believe that it is the time to learn from our shortcomings and focus on improving the education sector, and also bring in more industry-academia liaisons to boost employability of the country's youth. Let us salute all the teachers and educators who dealt with such a crisis, and there is a complete transformation in education and learning opportunity. Thank you. Happy Kali Puja and Diwali to all of you. Thank you.
Before we close the inaugural session, I would like to request Professor Shoikat Moitra, Vice Chancellor, Macaud, to please felicitate our Honorable Minister, Mr. Humayun Kabir, with a memento from Indian Chamber of Commerce. Thank you. Mr. Taranjeet Singh, can we please have you on dais for a group photo? So we are breaking for tea and coffee right now. We would come back for the next session, which is an academicians symposium at 11:30 sharp. Request you to be back by that time, please. Thank you.
morning, everyone.
Morning.
Krishnanji, such a pleasure to see you.
Yeah,
Thank
same
you,
here.
sir. Thank you for joining us. We can see you and clearly hear you.
Thank you, Pooja. Thank you for the confirmation.
Can you please once again say something?
I'm saying thank you so much for the confirmation, Pooja.
Thank you, sir. Sir, would you be giving any presentation or it's just your speech you would deliver, sir?
No, I am a panelist as
Yeah.
Krishnanji has discussed.
All right. Okay, sir. I just reconfirmed. All right, sir. Sir, we will start this. You can you can keep your video off now. We will start in another 10 minutes, sir.
Perfectly all right.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Sir, just a moment, sir.
Yeah.
Professor Chattopadhyay wants to speak to you.
Hi, hi, Vikash, how are you?
Pleasure. How are you, sir?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm just every day watching your achievements in the Facebook. But anyway,
all your blessings, sir. All your blessings.
so happy actually to see you. And
Such a pleasure that I'm connected with you. It's a pleasure for me, sir.
and actually, it will be. Actually, I am thinking that you can join us physically. Then it will be really nice. But next time.
Sure,
okay. Thank you very much.
Always seek your blessings. Always seek.
No. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Singh. Sir, let the video and audio be on. We will just join in. We will stay connected. All right, sir. Thank you. So you can see the stage? You can see the stage?
Right now,
Just
my
a
video
moment.
is spent, so I can't see it. You need
Just a moment, sir. Just a moment, sir. Now you can see the stage?
Now we can see the podium, yes.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you.
And Pooja, I'm audible too, right?
Yes, Mr. Krishnan, you are audible. I did not want to bother you once again because we checked once. You are audible.
Yeah. Sure.
Thank you. We will start in 10 minutes, Mr. Krishnan. It's already 11:30. We are about to start.
Shonji. আমি এখন দেখলাম মিনিস্টার দেখি কি ভাববে
এছাড়া তো উপায় নেই এটা তো হতে না আরো অন্য কিছু অ্যালাউ করে না পেপার টেপ ছাড়া আগে তোমরা বোথ টেপ দিতে ওটাও অ্যালাউ করে হ্যালো
We are about to start our next session, Academicians Symposium, with the following topics. Educational pedagogy, latest trends and analysis, innovations in pedagogy. I need a Shaibat Mitra. ধরে নিয়ে তো জবর কিনে যাও ধরে নিয়ে আসবে আর এসপিসি কি যাবে Thank you. We will have that served on the dais for you. So we are about to commence our session 2 of the forum, session 1 of the forum, Academician Symposium. Once again, the topics are educational pedagogy, latest trends and analysis, and innovations in pedagogy. Towards the same, may I call upon stage our speakers who are physically present in this conference, Professor Dr. Shaibat Mitra, Vice Chancellor, Maulana Abul Kalam Azad University of Technology. Professor Mitra, if I can request you to come up on the dais, please. May I request Professor Indranil Sengupta, Vice Chancellor, JIS University, to please come up on the dais for his session. May I also request Dr. S.P. Singh, Vice Chancellor, Royal Global University, Assam, to please come up on the dais for the session address. We have today two of our speakers in the sessions present with us virtually. They have already logged in. Mr. Krishnan, CA, Business Unit Head, Higher Education, TCS ION, and Dr. Professor Vikas Singh, Vice Chancellor, ITM University, Raipur, virtual presence. He has a virtual presence in this conference. Mr. Krishnan, CA, will moderate this session. May I request Mr. Krishnan to please start moderating the session.
Thank you. I hope I'm audible. Yeah, thank you, and a very warm welcome to everyone who has gathered today. And it is an absolute honor and pleasure for me to moderate this session on a very, very interesting topic with some of the most distinguished academicians, highly respected names in the industry. And before I get started, I thought it might be a good idea to set some context on this topic and specifically focus on the challenge that our customers, our partners from academia are facing. And as one of the largest recruiters in the country, what do we face when we hire talent? And with that broad context, I also thought I would lay before you a framework on what are some of the pedagogical elements that we have seen very successfully adopted by some of the top global institutions across countries, and how does it compare with some of the options today that are available to students. And at TCS and TCS ION, along with some of the leading educators, we have been working on a framework on how education pedagogy specifically can be transformed to meet some of the ongoing challenge. And with that, I would open up the discussion and hear the views of our top academicians in the country. So let me get started with the point of view on what are some of the challenges that today educational institutions are facing. Broadly, in our discussions, there are 6 areas that challenges can be categorized into. One is the significant change that we observe in the industry, especially due to the pandemic. Most businesses are getting digitally transformed. New age startups are coming. And what that has created is a significant gap in terms of the curriculum. The curriculum needs to evolve and keep pace with the industry requirement. And another accompanying challenge is that today's curriculum does not seem to have the industry context. And that makes the pedagogy that much more theoretical and non-experiential, where we see students do have a good context of the theoretical grounding, but lack practical exposure of hands-on skills. A big challenge that institutions face today is the shortage of quality faculty. In fact, every week I get a lot of resumes from the faculty members who want to join the industry. And clearly, institutions are facing a shortage in terms of committed faculty members who can take up some of these new areas and teach students. Another big challenge that students face, institutions face, is a lack of internship opportunities that will give students a sandbox to apply some of the learnings that they have learned in their curriculum. And finally, outcome link. Today, the employability of students continue to remain low, and clearly all of these challenges are creating a lot of stress amongst parents, amongst students. And broadly speaking, I would say that all of these challenges can be addressed effectively if there is a closer collaboration between industry and academia. And I'm very happy that ICC has taken the initiative to set up this discussion that will lay some light on what progressive institutions are doing to address these challenges. From an industry perspective, this is a mirror image of the challenges that the academic world expresses. But as a recruiter, again, when we look at candidates, we do see that students lack industry relevant skills. There is insufficient engagement from the industry. The pedagogy continues to be theoretical in nature. Students do not have the requisite hands-on knowledge that they can demonstrate during the interview process and post-joining the organization. And our own selection process is quite unidimensional, focusing on very basic testing and emphasis on cognitive and soft skills. And we still do not have a methodology to assess skills much more holistically. And clearly, there continues to be a mismatch between the student expectation, student aptitude, and what is required by the industry, creating a lot of disguised unemployment. So looking at these challenges and discussing with a lot of leading minds from the academia and industry, we put together 8 pedagogical elements. The first 2 can be clubbed by saying that industry involvement in not just the design, but also the delivery of the program, alignment to the regulatory framework, NEP guidelines, UGC, AICTE, digital model of delivery, which effectively blends digital and physical mode to create effective learning outcomes, focus on hands-on, focus on proctored assessment that will lend credibility to the academic curriculum and the degree that are getting granted, and of course, internship that we spoke about, and clearer job visibility as an outcome link. And then we looked at multiple options that are available to students. We have many of the initiatives from the government, We have many players who are offering free courses digitally. There are many global universities tying up with some of the top institutions in India to offer global degree programs, digital players, including academic institutions, and also new digital startups, as well as pure online global platforms. But when we map the pedagogical elements, we do see that while each of these channels of delivery have their strengths, but collectively there are many red crosses. And we have, as ION, been playing a critical role. For example, the proctored assessments, we do conduct some of the proctored assessments to lend credibility to some of the online programs created by the government. But clearly, there still needs a lot to be done to fill up the space with more green ticks. And possibly this is what is causing the challenges that we spoke out in the last two slides. So it is still an open question, how do we blend all of these pedagogical elements that we know are critical for effective learning outcomes and embed them in the various channels, and close collaboration with the industry is what would help achieve this. And now to open up the panel, I have 5 broad areas as a suggested approach to transform education in the country. 1 and 2 are more in terms of collaboration between industry and academia, so that we can bring top trending courses that the industry requires and sit together to design and deliver the curriculum. Contextualization of knowledge with more internships, more hands-on environment, which will help students practice the skills and translate knowledge into skills. And another area that we believe is very important is the digital education, effective blend of digital and physical environment. As you may be aware, today we work with more than 4,000 institutions in the country to use their infrastructure to conduct assessments. But the same concept now extended to have local hands-on labs across the country, so that students can come and the labs are fitted with the best of equipment. They can try their hands on and ensure that quality learning happens. And finally, setting up the entire ecosystem. The problem that we have spoken for many years, further amplified due to the pandemic, has always existed. And the problem cannot be solved by only one player. We all need to come together as an ecosystem. So set up the ecosystem with corporates playing a key role, academia, of course, regulators, and also global organizations bringing the best of technology and bring the best of pedagogy to education. So with this, I want to hear the views of the panel. My first question is to Dr. Saikat. Dr. Saikat, the pandemic has definitely caused a big hurdle in the way education has and was delivered. Yes, institutions coped up very well, but what, according to you, are some of the approaches that institutions need to adopt now that we have crossed the second wave of the pandemic? So your perspective on this. Dr. Saikat.
Okay, so we had a certain level of experiences before the pandemic era in adopting different digital techniques and processes in our existing teaching learning system. And from 2017 onwards, we were trying how to integrate massive open online courses as a part of a credit to our existing curriculum, how to arrange for credit transfer, and how to develop different digital contents for our learning community. Of course, when the pandemic situation started, the major challenge which we faced that how to continue our these practical aspects of our learning system. Of the assessment part we managed, because we started previously a continuous assessment as a part of our assessment system, and that we extended in the pandemic situation, and therefore we did not have much problem in continuations of our assessment system. But the thing is this, the practical part of our professional courses, and this is very important, and as the entire thing came to a halt, so we had to rely on virtual laboratories primarily for this imparting practical skill as far as possible to our learning community. But still, there are lots of challenges, and we were looking forward in the pandemic situation. We are looking forward how to further upgrade ourselves in remote laboratory system, so that the experience become this more engaging and exciting. But in the pandemic situation, what we have observed that by and large, all of our teaching community, our learning community, this teaching community primarily, they tried their level best in adopting all sorts of tools and techniques as far as possible within their capacity for continuations of this learning system. And I'm very happy that because of the involvement of different stakeholders significantly in this entire process, we could continue our learning systems and assessment system. But there is no scope for this complacent and satisfaction at this stage. We need to upgrade ourselves further. And challenging situation that is this digital availability of digital infrastructure at many places. These are really challenging. So the problem which we believe that if we cannot solve to 100%, we can try our level best how to minimize this problem. In that, with this policy, we are trying to adopt all sorts of techniques, tools which are available, which have all the course contents, all the digital contents developed by different universities, how to use this in the best possible way for enriching our learning community. But still now, I believe that there is further scope of improvement, and we have to migrate to our when the COVID pandemic situation will be over, to a normal, to a different situation with a different cultures. That people are talking about blended systems and all these things, but that should be seamless, and that should be integrated in a way that it brings maximum effectiveness in our learning system. So these are the all the primary things in a nutshell, what we have done and what we are aspiring to do. So thank you very much. At this point, I think we have to restrict ourselves within shortest for our time. So at this point, let me conclude with this observation. Thank you.
Very, very, very valid observation, Dr. Saikat. I think digital is here to stay, and really salute the faculty members, the academic institutions who really adopted at speed so that the student experience does not suffer. And yes, digital infrastructure continues to be a challenge in the country. And with that, let me turn over to Dr. Vikas. Professor Vikas, NEP 2020, we've been hearing a lot since morning. And clearly, it recommends that education need to be more experiential, integrated, inquiry-driven, flexible. So, what are your thoughts? How should institutes go about help learners accept and adopt some of the recommendations that have been laid down?
Thank you, Mr. Krishnan, for giving me this opportunity, and thanks to ICC also for inviting me for this discussion and allowing me to join, using the digital platform. And we are talking about using the digital platform only. I would, I totally share the, opinion shared by Dr. Saikat. Faculty members have done a tremendous job. The challenge was there, and the faculty members were not very acquainted with the video platform. Students were acquainted. There are 25 lakh teachers in Indian higher education system. We have 1,000 universities. We have 50,000 institutions. And within a fortnight, I would say all institutions across the country, all universities, they shifted to online platform, and all those 25 lakh teachers, which we never thought that they all would be coming up as heroes and heroines on online platform. They all did that. And, they. What the important point here is like the question that you have raised, Krishnan. For getting a good employment, for because it's outcome-based education. Education has to be every activity that a faculty is doing in class is basically for some outcome. That outcome is majorly in India is for employment or employability, I would say. 10% of students, are looking for, say, higher education, or 10% of students are looking for starting their own businesses. But generally, 70-80%, students in higher education today, especially in technical and professional programs, they have, in mind that once they complete the program, especially the, graduation and post-graduation programs like engineering or MBA or pharmacy for that matter, they would be joining some corporate house and they would be, starting working somewhere. Now, in that context, I would like to share with you that when somebody is selected, for a job, there are 4 major attributes. Selection is happening on the basis of the knowledge that they have gained, on the basis of the skill that they have gained, what kind of attitude they carry, and what is their behavioral, aspects. And in fact, over the number of years, for last 25 years, I have seen that, when 30 minutes kind of interview takes place, a company is coming, for campus recruitment. In fact, the least what can be assessed is the knowledge part and the application part. And the majorly, they are assessing the behavior part and the attitude part. Now, what is happening, because of this online education? Out of these 4 aspects, knowledge faculty members have taken care. They have shared the PPTs, they have shared the presentations, they have shared, their knowledge delivery, could be ensured. But as Dr. Saket mentioned about the laboratory, the education part, the skill part, applying your knowledge, real life business problem. The kind of activities this, the students are doing in campus, extracurricular activities, co-curricular activities, working in groups, team learning, team player, all those activities, they were actually hampered. What we have done, in our case, and then the beauty is that the new education policy is providing all these opportunities to ensure, through CBCS, through individualization of education, that every student can have a unique mark sheet at the end of the program. If you are doing a particular BTech program, it is not mandatory anymore that you are going to have same mark sheet, as the entire batch is having. So using your outside domain programs, using your skill, using your skill programs, you can actually create your own mark sheet, which is very different from your other classmates. Taking that into cognizance, what we did at our place, first of all, we implemented OBE spirit. Every activity that a faculty member is doing, whether they are using the physical platform, as now Chhattisgarh government has allowed 50% attendance in classes. So whether they are using a physical classroom or they are using the digital platform, every activity that a faculty member is doing in the classroom, every activity is having some outcome identified. There cannot be any activity in class which is not having some. Because today students are very different. They are not ready to listen. They are so protected. They are not ready to listen to their parents, lecturing. You cannot expect that they are going to listen to lectures from the teachers. The activities in classroom have to be very engaging. Activities should be very individualized. Activities should be so, I would say, entertaining. If faculty member involves the class, engages the students, that is very essential. And in that direction, we have created a ICP kind of thing, which is individual career plan. What we do here, Mr. Krishnan, right in the second semester, and I'm sharing this because other institutions can also maybe can get some insight from there. What we do in the second semester of the program, we talk to the students individually. And there is a person from NP department, person from academics department, and then that mentoring team talks to the student individually, all the students in second semester. And we try to find out what is your preferred job role, what is your preferred job location? And on the basis of that, then we design your program, what kind of MOOCs will be applicable, which extra courses you should do, which company you should go for your internship, what kind of industry visits should be planned for you, what kind of additional, I would say, expertise, you can develop over your program duration, so that by the time you reach the placement stage or ultimate semester or the final semester, by that time you are more groomed, that you are going to be successful in your job hunting or successful in your getting a good opportunity, and also will be happy in that job opportunity, because we have seen so many cases where the students join, but 3 weeks, 4 weeks, and then they do not like the job, and then they come back. And this is happening because of very protected environment which the students are having at their homes, and very protected environments which they are having in their professors in the campuses also. Yeah. We try to groom them in that direction.
Very, very well said, Dr. Vikas. I think the innovation in terms of creating outcome links, I think is very, very important, and NEP definitely lays some very interesting framework. I want to move slightly broader and look at the new online degree program we did hear from UGC, and UGC has approved these online degree programs for top institutions. And would like to hear Professor Singh's view on this, on what are some of the best suited pedagogical approach that can help us achieve success in this mode. One of the recent research reports says that over 16 million students are going to take leverage of this, and hence it's very important that we engage in online degree without compromising standard of learning. So Dr. Singh, your views please.
Thank you so much, Krishnan. Good afternoon to everyone present here, my fellow panelists and distinguished members sitting in the audience, virtually and physically both. Online is like before pandemic was gradually growing. After pandemic, it is growing comparatively fast. This is my first observation. All right, online, definitely we all know, will not be able to replace the physical format, but can complement and can support the physical format. That is the second point. As far as online courses are concerned, University Grant Commission has actually so far till June 2021 has approved 38 universities in the country, institutions and universities in the country to legally allow online courses. And those courses are being offered in different areas which has been approved by University Grant Commission based upon NAC 3.26 rating, and also based upon an IRF ranking for last 3 consecutive years if it is beyond certain level. So this is the minimum qualification, but then these institutions which are offering online courses probably are not very, I would say, keen to understand the nitty-gritties of online courses, because online courses should not become like correspondence courses and should not dilute the basic objective of the education that is normally happening in our country whenever we offer courses which are maybe in the online format or maybe in the correspondence course format. And people try to tweak in different manners: correspondence course with regular classes, online course with interaction in the evening hours, morning hours. But the basic objectives are, there are certain courses, those can be very well offered online. But there are many other courses, like yesterday only I was trying to interview one candidate for a certain position. He was being offered PGDCA from one of the universities in Assam. I am from Royal Global University, Assam. So I have asked that boy, what you have learned out of it? He said nothing. It was a correspondence course for PGDCA. So we have to see that the student or whosoever is taking admission in online courses, is he capable or he is competent to pursue the online course in such a manner so that the ultimate objective of skilling, knowledge and behavioral components are being imparted through online mode. That is something which is everybody has to understand. And for that we have proposed one model. When this new education policy was coming up, I have sent my reflections to the Government of India, to the Ministry of Education now, earlier HRD Ministry, and to others, Kasturi Rangan Committee, that this digital format should be restricted to those people who are already in some profession. Doesn't mean profession means in service, means agriculture, a person who's doing agriculture at the village level should be offered online course in agriculture alone, where he has a possibility of doing those practical things at their level. Same way, if you are already in a computer application format and you want to do DGCA or any DCA or any other course in computers, you have a practical facility available at your place so that you can do that. Unless and until we will tweak this particular format in this manner at the entry level, where the possibility of doing the courses is available at the source where the student is sitting and doing the digital platform, this particular format will also dilute the education system, which is my understanding of this system. The same way it has been done, but at the same time, there are many positive sides of it. I still take it positive, because if the universities are conscious about the admission format, not going by the numbers, by the not quality with respect to the marks the students attain, but with respect to the availability of resources at that level, it will become a very, very good format. And most important, it will become a very affordable format for those people who cannot afford education in the physical format, a full-time format. As well as economically, it will be more easy for the students to take care of this. So this is my reflection about digital online courses being offered by different universities. Now there's an influx of digital online courses by the foreign universities, from Harvard, Stanford. Everybody is offering those courses, and you open your Facebook. If you are been there in the Harvard site, you will always get regular feedbacks from the marketing site. Those courses are equally good, but then they are very, very conscious. They allow only those students to take up those courses which already have that physical infrastructure or the experience or the progression available in that particular field. So everything is good in this country, in my personal opinion, if it has been taken care properly. As a student of strategy and marketing, I believe that everything should be cautiously done, including national education policy. It will become a successful story. Thank you. Thank you so much, Krishnan.
Very well said, Dr. Singh. In fact, as recruiters ourselves, we find it so challenging, because today so many students, talk about, they've done degrees, courses, certification program. And it's very important that we do it in a way that you recommended, without compromising the quality of the outcomes that we want to, deliver. And with that, I want to, turn over and take the views of Professor Dr. Indranil on student-centric approach to learning, which I believe is the cornerstone of any strong outcome-driven learning initiative. And in this regard, how do we ensure seamless learning experience for students, given that there is so much innovation on pedagogy that we are looking at?
So thank you very much,
Indranil.
Krishnan.
Yeah.
I'd like to share some of my views on student-centric approach or student-centric learning. The first thing is that I personally believe that this is nothing new. Whenever a new educational institute is set up, it is for the students. When you recruit faculty members and staff members, they are for the students. So students are the most important stakeholder in the educational ecosystem. So this was already there, but we are talking about this more because we have some additional flexibilities available with us, whereby we can offer more flexibilities to the students. So if you talk about the NEP recommendations, so under that, we are planning to offer students with a number of additional flexibilities. Firstly, for example, a student can decide what kind of courses he or she wants to do, when he or she wants to do, and from where. This is a very important change in the basic concept in the way we used to deliver education or knowledge. But however, again, it is my personal take is that we are still not there yet. The concept is wonderful, concept is very nice, but it will take several years for us to get trained ourselves first in order that we can embrace this new concept to its fullest extent so that we can translate the benefits to the students. talking about how the universities have started to embrace these concepts, as a case study, I can give a small example of JIS University, so where I'm associated with right now. Well, we have been updating our curriculum on a very regular basis, and we have been offering more elective courses to the students. Many of these courses are interdisciplinary in nature, so that a student who is doing major in discipline A can take some subjects from discipline B or discipline C if he or she is really interested to know about that. Now, in addition, we have directly integrated the online MOOC courses in the curriculum. Students can take as elective some of the SWAM NPTEL courses directly, or as you can say strengthening or supplementing the existing curriculum, some of the other MOOC platforms like Coursera. That also we have gone into an MOU with Coursera. Students can directly take some course modules from Coursera to strengthen whatever otherwise was being taught in the classes. This is one kind of flexibility we are offering to the students. And of course, I talked about interdisciplinary specializations, which is very important, and NEP also talks about it very strongly. So whatever newer product development we are going to think about tomorrow, mostly it has to be an interdisciplinary effort. And of course, most importantly, we have to kindle innovative thinking among the students. So there is a concept about project-based learning which we have integrated in our curriculum, and we have also made some arrangements to get some funding from them through some angel investors with whom we have tie-ups, so that some of the good project ideas can actually get funded. Now, one very important thing we usually tend to ignore. See, over the last 32 years that I had spent at IIT Kharagpur as an academician, I have seen that in recent years, there is a tendency of the students not to attend classes. So we had a series of interactions with the students, trying to understand why this is happening. So what came out of those interactions is that many of the students feel that they do not really get any value addition by attending classes. They say that, sir, whatever you are teaching in the classes, they are already available online. Even better quality materials are available online. So why do we come to the classes? So taking a cue from that, we in our curriculum have also added another thing, a concept of flip learning. So now the classroom doesn't become a place where we impart knowledge to the students. Rather, it becomes like a workshop. The students come prepared, we share some study materials with them, they read at their own time and convenience, and come to the classes, and the classes are more like problem solving discussions and interactions. So students feel that way there is some value addition, and it is my strong belief that they will get the interest back for attending classes. So classes will not become a very boring place to just listen from the professors, whatever is already there in the book, and so on. But one thing I would like to say before I end, see, all the things I have talked about, we are all talking about, they're fantastic, they're very good concepts. But are the faculty members, the teachers, really geared up to embrace this? This is one very important issue we need to address. Just training the teachers may not be sufficient. This is an entirely different kind of a concept the teacher has to believe from within. So I keep saying that the professions of a doctor and a teacher are similar. So we are for the society. We do not treat this as a job. It is our passion that we are here. So that passion has to be translated into better training among the teachers, and once we have that, of course it will take time, and I'm sure we can move towards a better tomorrow with NEP 2020 and other such proposals that will be coming up from the ministries, they will be guiding us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Internal, and very well said. The flipped classroom is definitely the way forward, and really appreciate the initiatives that you're driving. I'm just looking at the time, so we definitely have few more questions that are also coming from the audience. So I'll mix and match it. Would request the panelists to keep your responses to about a couple of minutes. So I want to look at and hear Dr. Saikat's views on the industry-academia collaboration, which is so central to ensure that learning is contextualized. And Dr. Saikat, I have been talking about Education 4.0, the availability of MOOCs, and also enabling the industry play a critical role in ensuring that students are groomed for bright careers in their corporate life. So some views from you, Dr. Saikat, on this collaboration.
Oh, thank you very much. The basic tenet of Education 4.0 is the student, or at present we are trying to designate everyone as learner. Even teachers are also learners, students are also learners, and the learner is at the center of everything. And that learning process can be facilitated by interactions from with the different stakeholders. Industry is one of the important stakeholders, society is stakeholder, peer community is stakeholder, teaching community is stakeholder, everyone is a stakeholder of the entire process. Now we have, in our system, we did some experimentation, how to take it forward, how to at least begin with this concept, this Education 4.0, how it can be implemented. And we did take some certain projects. But at one project, the mandate was the students, particularly from engineering and management background, their mandate was to support any unorganized sector for growth and development in terms of technology, in terms of this financial outlet and all these things, and that will be assessed by the teachers, by peers and others. So we started these experiments, and after this pandemic situation, it could not be continued, but we are seriously thinking to start it again. And along with these industries, we have developed different levels of these programs, which can be there's a complementary or supplementary skill or top-up skill for all the learning community. In many areas, particularly the emerging areas, which includes cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, data science, and subjects like these, we do not have enough numbers of these resource persons with our fold to give training or to give skill, the skill development process to our learning community, and therefore we have to rely massively on the industries in this particular area. And with that objective, we have developed this partnership and collaboration with many industry associations for the designing and development of different levels of training program in the form of certification, diplomas, PG diplomas, and all sorts of practical trainings and all these things. And that is running pretty well at our system. And at the same time, we are experimenting with our assessment system, how best this assessment process can be made more effective with the involvement of the peers, with the involvement of other stakeholders. As I said earlier, that we already started the process of continuous assessment to a significant extent. There, you see, in the continuous assessment part, we are trying to engage our students to develop their own contents. Today, we are seeing that there are plethora of these contents are available in digital platforms and digital world. These contents are available. Only thing, we need to guide our students to do their own research, to develop their own contents. And after this has been developed, then how best they have developed it, that can be assessed and validated by the peers, by the teachers. And that is one of the process, even by the industries also. So involvement of all the stakeholders in the learning process, it is our one of the mandate to make our this professional education more effective and more this result oriented. And as we have introduced a series of these programs looking for the demand of the future in the field of this information technology, management, science, and other areas, pharmaceuticals areas. There, our this now objective is how best this Industry 4.0 concept can be this adopted for this facilitation of all these learning processes to the best possible extent. And there is no standard formula or standard this model available right now for this. We have to customize all these things, and in near future everything is moving forward. This is an era of customization and personalization. Choice-based credit systems, then this elective based on the this the mindset and competency of the students. Offering up all these things, these are one of the this component of our entire this education systems right now. And and every day we have to go for experimentation to innovate these new things to make these education systems more engaging, more effective, more networked, and more exciting. And then only this our entire things that will this bear its fruits. What we are observing everywhere, this our education systems is delivering suboptimal results. There is a lack of engagement, and because the problem is this today's generation, their mindset, their attitudes, their skills, everything is different from which we were having at our time. And many times if we want to impose the thought process and perspective of us to the present generation learners, then we'll be dragging ourselves in a zone of this some sort of this difficult situation. And that is happening. That is happening because right now, this mentoring and counseling, this guidance, these are becoming more and more important role for the teaching community. Technical contents and all these things, these and by and large, that this culture of self-learning system has to be developed, as everything is changing very fast, and university education or college education is not the end of the story. Beyond that, in the entire professional career, everyone needs to upgrade themselves on a continuous self-learning basis. Otherwise, retention of job is very difficult. Getting job is difficult, retention of job is becoming more and more difficult. So the culture of self-learning, culture of this understanding many new things from own perspectives, that is going to be very, very important. But role of teachers is now getting to transform to the role of mentors and counselors and all these things to develop and to retain the positive mindsets and all these things inside the learning, inside the learners. And integrations of this industries, integration of society involving this their homes, their neighbors, and all these things, and then peers, teachers, and all these things. These are going to be one of the challenging situation, and also one of the exciting scope for experimentation for making our learning process very, very effective. We are doing that, and not only us, many institutes like us, they are also trying to do the same thing, and we believe that within the shortest possible time, we will be getting results of all these endeavors with whatever undertaking.
Thank you, Dr. Saikat. And this continuous mode of experimentation in a VUCA world, which is volatile, uncertain, is so very important that we always stay ahead of the game. And one of the areas that we totally believe in that can support education is the digital revolution that is happening, where institutions are adopting interoperable digital infrastructure in the education sector. And I wanted to take Professor Vikas's views on, given the scale, diversity, complexity of India, what are your thoughts on importance of digital infrastructure, and how should institutions prioritize in creating such an infrastructure to enable execution of the vision?
I would answer this question in three parts. I would say that because of this pandemic now, digital divide is on our face. And when I'm saying digital divide, it is happening at each level. There are, as I mentioned, 1,000 universities, 50,000 institutions. Today, central government and other governments, they are saying that we have in electricity to the last house. when last mile electricity was a challenge in our country, so last mile, bandwidth or internet connectivity is a big problem. We can't even say today that every village in India is now having broadband connection. The first challenge is that we cannot assume this. Every student in India, there are 2.5 crores of them right now, in higher education. Each one of them at every part of the country is having a good equipment or good, say mobile set or tablet, having good connectivity. That's first assumption which has a challenge. Second is, not all 50,000 institutions, not all those universities, they have, they are digital setup in place in the university. How many of them are actually having video studios created or that kind of bandwidth availability that we can have live classes? Thanks to Coursera, thanks to EDX, they allowed, free courses to all the faculty members and students, for more than a year. I'm saying this requires a lot of investment from the side of, university and the higher education leaders like you. And then the third, once we have the student with the equipment, when we have the setup ready in the institution, the third is the faculty who is going to use that setup. So how, as Dr. Singh was mentioning, how trained they are. If we have the entire setup available, do we have such passionate teachers? Do we have faculty members trained in that direction that they can actually utilize those platforms and can actually create that flipped classroom kind of environment? Passion is the key. How many teachers, you mentioned that receiving applications from a lot of faculty members who are looking for a job in the corporate sector. So how many faculty members are actually trying to build a career in that direction? I think efforts are required on all the three fronts. Number one, there should be social initiatives where students who are not having a good tool, good tablet, good equipment, there have been efforts by state governments also. Like in our state also, government is providing laptops to 12 students. So government is taking this initiative. Maybe can be a part of corporate social responsibility also. The students in higher education, they get a device with a good broadband connection. Because if you have Reliance Jio connection and you are only getting 1 GB free, so after 3-4 sessions, your bandwidth is completely consumed. So three areas are there. Effort is required to support students. Effort is required to train and make teachers passionate. Effort is required to make digitally sound system available at the university. So this digital divide is very, very much on our face. Effort is required on all the three directions. And when I'm saying effort, it means commitment of good amount of resource. It can be physical resource, it can be monetary resource, but it is very much essential to ensure the teaching learning process, flipped classroom, digital, or this blended learning, it continues in the times to come. The gap at all the three places need to be addressed and bridged. That is my comment on this.
No, very well said, Professor Vikas. I think it requires definitely a multidimensional approach, and we always have to keep the last mile in mind while designing a hybrid model. And I have two more questions, some of them also coming from the audience in the chat. So others who would like to ask any question, please put it in the chat and I can cover it. So my next question is possibly the favorite question I have in mind, and pretty much everyone has spoken about the role of the faculty, and who better than posing this question to Dr. Singh. Today, the role of faculty in the changing pedagogy, and how should institutions facilitate the same? How are institutions planning to equip their faculty members to adapt to this new normal? Your thoughts, sir?
Thank you, Krishnan. I think everyone has spoken about this in partly that the crux of all the issues which has been raised here, that may be digital, that may be physical, that may be hybrid, that may be phygital. The crux is that if we have the faculty members in place, progressive faculty members, as per new education policy, learner throughout their life, lifelong learners, also been ready to learn new things every day. And many principals and vice chancellors sitting in the audience, attending online, if we are mentoring them, training them properly, somebody has said training is not enough, but training, continuous training can change, though the change may not be that much. But I will go a little beyond this. Already existing faculty members in 50,000 institution in 1,000 university, there should be a mission mode training program for these faculty members so that everything can be adapted more smoothly and we become more productive, and the objectives of the education on the land of Swami Vivekananda, the birthplace, the objective is very clear. The education is manifestation of the perfection already in man. So the perfection, and when we talk about the objectives of education, is starting from material, physical, moral, intellectual, spiritual, emotional, all those aspects can only be covered by the teachers, and more efficiently, effectively in the physical classroom setting and the educational scenario, and little less or maybe quite less in the digital format. So the education should be understood, and we should not forget, in the name of digitalization, in the name of hybrid system, in the name of online education, the real crux of education should not be forgotten. That is number one, and this can only be done by the teachers concerned. I have seen few teachers, very, very few, who are quite efficient on digital platforms, not only imparting the skills and knowledge, but also being able gradually to impart emotions, impart character, impart behavior in a limited way, still not in the perfect way. So maybe a training, new models, TCSI and many other formats can teach training, can train teachers to a certain extent so that little bit objective of education, the real education, can be fulfilled. But more important than that is what I believe, where I touched upon Swami Vivekananda, and if you go for lifelong learning, holistic education, 64 kalas and Banbhat and everything about it, are we creating good human resource, good human being who can become good teachers in due course of time? We have to go one step down, think all our students are going to be future teachers, and if we are going to teach each and every student in our format with a mindset that they are going to have all those formats available with them, with the right kind of knowledge, skills, reskilling, unskilling, Professor Dhrubjot has said, and also lifelong learner with moral character and ethics and values, and right kind of people join this teaching format and teaching profession with philanthropic approach. I think the rest of the problems can be solved. The teacher should be taken very cautiously, not based upon that they are coming into one industry and going to perform their duties 9 to 5 and go back home, that they have done their duty. That is not enough. They have to take care of each and every child studying under them and take care of their journey, not only during their study, but afterwards also when they become their alumnus. And we see that they are progressing well in life with ethical and moral character. That will actually help us to implement NEP and will have better teachers in due course of time. Thank you so much, Krishnan, for asking this question.
Thank you, Professor Singh, and I can really see the passion, and it is so insightful the way you articulated that. And but I have to be watchful of time. We have exceeded time by about 15 minutes, but such an engaging session, such wealth of knowledge from the panelists. And to summarize, I think that holistic mode of education, looking at NEP, implementing so many learnings that our fellow panelists shared with all of you, running small experimentation, the role of the faculty, and always taking a view of the last mile connectivity, building the right investment in infrastructure, and coming together as an ecosystem, corporates, academia, to look at education. As they say, no country has become a developed nation without focusing on its education ecosystem. It is a shared responsibility, and I'm very happy that we could come together in this forum to exchange views. We might not have all the answers, but yes, I can see the commitment and the passion that each one of us have to truly transform education and create impact in the lives. No other profession gives so much satisfaction as education does. And I really am humbled by the wonderful views shared by my esteemed panel members. Thank you, ICC, for this opportunity. with that, I think we can close this panel discussion. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Krishnan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Krishnan, CA, for moderating this session. I would request the speakers to please be seated. Thank you so much for all the speakers on the dais to be present today. May I request Professor Shoykot Maitra, before winding up the session, to please give away mementos to our physically present speakers. Professor Indranil Sengupta, thank you so much for being here. May I also request Professor Shoykot Mitra to hand over a memento to Dr. S.P. Singh. May I request Dr. S.P. Singh to please hand over a memento to Professor Shoykot Mitra. Yeah, sure. That is so nice of you. Thank you so much. It's a gift from wonderful Assam to our speakers. Thank you for your thoughtful gesture, Dr. Singh. So we would also like to thank you so much to our virtual speakers, Professor Dr. Vikas Singh and Mr. Krishnan for moderating the session. A group photo, please. We will start over in, we are running behind schedule in this session. The next session that we're going to start right away is on skill-ready youth for future, upskilling and reskilling. Communication skills, the key to employability, creativity and character. For this session, may I call upon Dr. Debanjan Chakraborty, Director East and Northeast India British Council, to please come up on dais. Dr. Debanjan Chakraborty is also the session moderator. May I also request our next physical speaker, Mr. Gaurav Kumar, co-founder Perfectis, to please come up on dais. I have with us 3 virtual speakers today. Mr. Swaroop Kumar Paul, Project Director, Paschim Bongo Society for Skill Development, Government of West Bengal, virtually addressing us. I have Major Harsh Kumar, Secretary, National Council of Education, Research and Training, NCRT, virtually addressing us. And I have Mr. Abhishek Arora, EVP and Business Head, Skills and Careers Business, NIIT, virtually addressing us. May I request Dr. Debanjan Chakraborty, Director, East and Northeast India British Council, to please start with the session. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hello. Hello. I think I'm on. Thank you so much, Raina, and a very big thanks to the Indian Chamber of Commerce for organizing this Global Education Dialogue. And I'm particularly thankful to Professor Dr. Shottam Rai Chaudhary and the entire ICC team for organizing this. Raina, Oinjila, Pooja, Rajiv, I saw Rajiv briefly here. And I think I particularly like this blended format, which is very appropriate for the times that we are living in and going through. The previous session, I think, has really set us up beautifully for the things that we are about to discuss. And I was particularly touched by what Professor Shoikat Moitro said about the need for not just getting a job, getting onto the first step on the ladder, as it were, but also moving up that ladder. And I think this is the session where we will try to delve into the depth of some of these. There are two dimensions to this particular panel. One is preparing and being skills ready for our youth, which I think I'll sum it up as essentially domain skills, the hard skills that is required in the work environment, and the need for upskilling and reskilling, which is something that Professor Moitro had already touched upon, about continuous investment from both the institutions and individuals in terms of being updated at all times. The other side is around communication skills, and this I think is a very important aspect, and I have 4 brilliant panelists, and the structure that I would like to propose to my panel is that I put these questions to you separately, the two big questions, which is around the domain skills question and the communication skills question, and you address it in about 3 to 4 minutes in each session, if that's all right to my panelists. I think 2020 was a really remarkably disruptive year, and we went through, of course, the global pandemic. So there are two things I'd like to pick up from 2020, and that really triggered a paradigm shift and that's something this particular conference is addressing. For those of us who have been involved in the education project and have been involved in education technology, and we have a number of them on my panel here who are really much better than I am on EdTech aspects. Education technology has been teetering on the edge of a revolution for the last decade and a half, as far as I can remember. But what the pandemic did is it really pushed education into that precipice. We don't know whether it will fly or crash, but that's something worth observing. The other thing that happened in 2020 was the launch of India's very ambitious and future ready national education policy in August by Honorable Prime Minister. And I think NEP in its higher education section really stresses on multidisciplinarity. It stresses on internationalization and mobility. And it highlights the crisis in vocational education and proposes a National Council for Integration of Vocational Education, NCIVE. There is less than 5% of Indians in the age of 19 to 24 have access to vocational skills. That number is 96% for a country like South Korea. It's over 75% for Germany. It's around 52% for the US. In the UK, it's hovers over 60%. So I think that kind of sets up the context for our panel. I have with me Swarup Kumar Paul, who is a senior IS officer and project director of Paschim Bongo Society for Skills Development. Mr. Paul has over 30 years of experience in the civil services for both Government of West Bengal and Government of India. So if I may come to you first, sir, on that first question in terms of being skills ready, the domain skills question, could you just tell us what your initial take is on this question of being skills ready? Where are we here in West Bengal? Where are we here in India on that? Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Am I audible? Am I
yes.
audible?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Chakraborty. After a gap of few years, probably, I am seeing your face. Thank you very
sir.
much. So before going into the details, I like to have some introduction. So formally, I like to start. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be part of the noble effort of ICC today for betterment of quality of life in India I have conceptualized like this. Topic today, as Dr. Chakraborty has said, skill-ready youth for future, upskilling and reskilling. Today, India is one of the youngest nations in the world, with more than 62% of the populations in the working age group 15 to 59 years, and more than 54% of the total population below 25 years of age. Its population pyramid is expected to bulge across the 15-59 age group over next decade. It is further estimated that the average age of the population in India shortly will be 29-30 years, as against 40 years in USA, 46 years in Europe, and 47 years in Japan. In fact, during the next 20 years, the labor force in the industrialized world is expected to decline by 4%, while in India it will increase by 32%. This poses a formidable challenge and a huge opportunity to this nation. To reap this demographic benefit dividend, which is expected to last for the next 25-30 years, India needs to equip its workforce with employable skills and knowledge so that they can contribute substantially to the economic growth of the country. The country has a big challenge ahead, as it is estimated that only 4.69% of the total workforce in this country has undergone formal skill training, as compared to 68% in UK, 75% in Germany, 52% in USA, and 80% in Japan, and 96% in South Korea. While the debate is on exact quantum of the challenge continues, there is no disputing the fact that it is indeed a challenge of formidable proportion. One of the major challenges in the country today is public perception on skilling. This is very, very important in my opinion, which is viewed as the last option meant for those who have not been able to progress or opted out from a formal academic system. A number of factors are responsible for this state of affairs. Social and traditional view that sees status as being inversely proportional to the degree to which one works with one's hands. This can also be attributed to the primeval and archaic ethos which compartmentalized the skilling landscape for several hundred years. This unfortunate legacy has no formal, ethical, constitutional sanction in free India. Nonetheless, this gets at times manifested in norms, attitude, and societal behavior. The proclivity of large sections of industry, especially in the micro, small, and medium sectors, to treat skilled and unskilled person at par, thereby depriving skilling of any meaningful economic incentive. Most vocational training programs are not aligned to the requirements of industry. West Bengal, very recently, in the last few months, have done considerable progress in this direction to overcome this problem. As a result of the above, a piquant situation exists in the country wherein unemployment continues to coexist with lack of requisite number of skilled people at functional level to build roads and bridges, lay pipelines, work in factories, engage in offshore drilling, build ships, etc. According to the Cambridge Dictionary, upskilling is the process of learning new skill or of teaching workers new skill within the same area of the work. It is upskilling. Upskilling is most common within the workplace, in which organization may encourage their existing workforce to acquire new skills, ultimately enabling human resources to grow in their current position and create added value to the business. Upskilling normally required with the advent of new machines, new systems. Reskilling is the process of learning new skill so that you can do a different job, or of training people to do a different job. Reskilling is acquiring completely new skill for individuals who are looking to change their job or career path. They may take further education to learn the skill needed to enter an entirely new field of activity to what they are previously in. The advent of Industrial Revolution 4.0, what we call digital revolution, creating a whole new set of job skills such as business analytics, data science, machine learning, and most important, artificial intelligence, beside cloud computing, blockchain, and Internet of Things.
Sir,
yes,
sir, sorry to interrupt you. In the interest of time, if I could pause you there for a bit, and we will come back to you in a short while, because you have said something very, very interesting, which gives me the perfect we can segue into the next speaker, sir, with your permission. My apologies, but we'll come back to you on the communication skill side of it. May I come to you, Gaurav, because I think Mr. Paul mentioned upskilling, reskilling, and in the context he mentioned artificial intelligence and the role of data science in that. Gaurav is the co-founder of Perfectis. He jumped the bandwagon of a cushy public sector job to a startup that is really driven by learning. And he is deeply interested in enhancing learning and assessment through artificial intelligence and data science. He is absolutely passionate about teaching and mentoring, and he is a mentor in charge at Niti Aayog and AIM, as well as the incubation center at his alma mater, BIT Sindri. And he's also a fellow Jharkhand boy. So thank you, Gaurav, and over to you.
Thanks again, Devanjan. Thanks a lot. At the outset, thanks to Indian Chamber of Commerce for actually organizing this much needed, you can say, discussion, deliberation, and a very good afternoon again to all the august audience, respected professors, respected decision makers, and all the online viewers and colleagues who are out there. So as I highlighted, I think during last year when the pandemic started, I was in Kolkata, and fortunately Professor Dr. Maitra, he was here, and we have been discussing that lockdown is going to be imposed, and what will happen post after this, about the examination are going to happen, classes are going to happen, and within you can say a week, less than a week, whole thing changed, and all the, you can say, the academia members, they had to adapt to this change, and they had very less time for adapting to the change. Okay, so the challenge was unique, and it also came with the opportunities. We all can see the outcome that now we are talking about. Now this particular, you can say, conference is also happening in hybrid mode. Okay, so now everything has gone into hybrid, physical plus online. Physical, it's physical. Earlier it used to be physical. Okay, so now classrooms are also gone, you can say, physical or hybrid mode. The workspace, the majority of, you can say, the folks are now working remotely. It has also gone, you can say, remote. Now it's happening in two ways. So if you see, there are a lot of new challenges which has come up, but they also come up with a lot of new opportunities. I think I have just, you can say, shared a few, you can say, headlines. Okay, what was before, if you see, WEF has come up with, in 2019 report is there, if you can see, that there was a need. It was predicted that in the next decade, there will be whole new segment of jobs that will be created due to Industry 4.0. And what COVID did, COVID actually accelerated it, okay? The whole thing got into fifth gear, and everybody had no choice but to adapt to it, okay? If you see, there is a good context to it. Since I have been working very closely with like Atal Tinkering Lab of Atal Innovation Mission, Niti Aayog initiative, since 2018, I have been a mentor to schools and there are many kids, bright kids, okay? So now the ground, you can say, is being prepared for it, and all, if you get a chance, visit a Atal Incubation Center, or you can say Atal Tinkering Lab of the schools, okay? If you see all the skills, so it has been like proposed by WEF that the number of jobs which is going to be, like, you can say, eliminated is more than 50 million. But what the kind of new jobs, because now everything has gone digital and now new kind of jobs are coming up. Okay, if you see the cyber security which has come up, and if you see the cloud computing which has come up, so the kind of jobs which is coming up, it required new kind of skill sets, and the volume is so massive. Okay, is it possible for, you can say, government? Is it possible for industry body or corporate? Is it possible for any individual to do? I don't think so. So I think this is a particular place where we all can collaborate. And as mentioned by the minister itself, that all the districts in Bengal, and similar initiative has been taken in multiple states as well, that they are coming up with a center of excellence. They are coming up with a specialized center in every district, diploma or engineering colleges. They are coming up with a particular, you can say, center of excellence where a particular skill is being imparted, which is also related to that geography. Okay, so this is the need. That the thing is that the kind of learners, which is, you can say, gone now online, or you can say they have to come online, because I think I was just going through a report that in the last 1 year, 10 million girls, 10 million are young ladies, they had to drop education. Now they have to take it into the mainstream. Okay, so what to do that? So that's why the direction in which NEP is taking us, the direction in which our university is going. Now, our professors also mentioned that they have come up with flip learning, they have come up with, you can say, digital classrooms. So the thing is that there is a huge requirement of a lot of such courses, lot of you can say, teachers, trainers, faculties, coaches, and everybody has to come together, because industry is going forward. Now all the corporates are having a dedicated budget for internal L&D, internal reskilling, upskilling, cross-skilling as well. Okay, we are also going to talk about cross-skilling. Cross-skilling is one major segment, because the kind of jobs, you can say, the skills which is needed, it's not only at the one thing, it has to be a full stack initiative, okay? So you also need to have a cross-skilling initiative which has to be there, and learning has to be continuous, okay? If you see at the level starting from the school, the kids are now having more exposure. Like I was interacting with one of the kids in Diwali, he's my mentee, and he was telling that he's going to buy an Arduino kit, rather crackers in this Diwali, okay? He's a class 6 kid, okay? And he has qualified, you can, for the national level skill competition, and he's planning to go to US, participate in some NASA competition. Okay, so now our kids are having that awareness. It is good that it is percolated to that level before, you can say, implementation, or you can say rolling out of NEP. And all the other, you can say, I can see there is a correlation to it. WEF has planned in 2019, 2020, 21, we have come up with NEP, and COVID has made a, you can say, conducive environment to make it happen. Okay, and now our, you can say, academia are the top-notch people, you can say, the vice chancellor of the State Technical University, the minister, and all the senior professors and industry leaders who have been, they are also, you can say, adaptive to this fact. So I think we all have, you can say, a lot of challenges we have faced. COVID has definitely pushed a lot many people back into poverty, but if we need to take them back, I think online skilling, online initiatives, and these particular, if you see all the numbers, okay, the processes basically, you can, I think these are the processes which we have been, you can say, practicing in multiple campuses, and we also worked in last, you can say, pandemic itself, last year basically, pandemic is still going on, very closely with Macaut and other partner universities in East region and North region and Pan India. Okay, and the thing is that the good part of it is that there is a lot of, you can say, readiness, which was, you can say, before pandemic, and you can say few things happen in months which can never happen in decade. I think this was that time. It was much needed, if you see, and there are a lot of, you can say, things, their careers, chakra, career cycle, a lot of things which is happening, and we talked about, you can say, fusion courses, we talked about industry required courses. So we all have been practicing it, and the thing is that the results, and you can say, this is the basic foundation which is much needed, if you see, to bridge that particular skill gap. And I think the environment is there, awareness is there. Only thing is that there is more synergies being required, and definitely a lot of work has to be done in terms of infrastructure. And I'm pretty much sure that all the stakeholders and all the, you can say, government, even the central government has also in this particular year budget, they have come up with, I think, 3,000 crore budget for NATS, National Apprenticeship Scheme. So I think that you can say willingness is there. So
Gaurav,
this is, yeah.
Thank you very much. I mean, those are very interesting insights, and I'm sure that there will be other questions and an opportunity to come back to you on the cross-skilling idea that you put forward. And also, if you could come back to us in your second innings, as it were, on the communication side of things, you know, how important is communication for employability. Sure. With that, I'll turn to Major Harsh Kumar, Secretary of NCRT, National Council for Education Research and Training. Major Kumar has over 23 years of experience in general administration, operations, and HR matters. He's also a skilled orator. So who better than Major Kumar to tell us a little bit about the second side of the question that we are trying to answer, which is around the importance of communication in employment, in teamwork, and also character building. Over to you, Major Kumar.
आप सभी को नमस्कार। मैं इंडियन चैम्बर ऑफ कॉमर्स का बहुत आभारी हूँ कि उन्होंने ये मेरे को अवसर दिया जिससे मैं अपनी बात रख सकूँ। मैं भी सारे विद्वत जनों को सुन रहा था और यह बात इसमें साफ निकल के आ रही है। सबसे पहले तो जो एजुकेशन का एम है, द एम ऑफ एजुकेशन इज़ टू बिकम अ गुड ह्यूमन बीइंग, ऐसा किसी ने कहा भी, और ऐसे लोगों को तैयार करना जो समाज में अपनी योगदान को दे सकें, अपनी उपयोगिता को सिद्ध करते हुए। और जैसा स्टैटिस्टिक्स सर ने अभी शुरू में बताया कि भारत एक वर्किंग जो पॉपुलेशन है वो अगले 25 सालों तक हमें यह विश्व गुरु बनने के लिए एक बहुत अच्छा अवसर है, या हमें हमारे सारे बच्चों को एम्प्लॉयबिलिटी देने का या काम करने का, और हाथ से काम करने की जो एक नई तालीम की कल्पना, जो नई तालीम का कॉन्सेप्ट महात्मा गांधी ने दिया था कि अपने हाथ से जो काम कर सकें, जो स्किल को हम एक इम्पोर्टेंस दे सकें या हम उसको एक रिस्पेक्ट दे सकें। Now, talking about the technology or the blended mode of education, it is very important to remember one thing, that technology is to empower us and not to overpower us. Because the day when technology will overpower us, I think that will be a very sad day for humanity. And we have to know how much we have to use this technology. And let me tell you, in this pandemic, our adaptability to the situation has come up very fast. Our schools have adapted to the situation very fast. Now to that, your situation, that how we are going to get prepared for it, it is a big question that in a country like India, how we have to incorporate or integrate this. For this, our Honorable PM has given this mantra, सबका साथ, सबका विकास और सबका सहयोग। तो सहभागिता इंडस्ट्री की भी, और एक बहुत अच्छा कॉन्सेप्ट अगर आप देखेंगे राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति में है अम्ब्रेला कॉन्सेप्ट, जिसमें कि संसाधन युक्त स्कूल्स और यूनिवर्सिटीज अपने आसपास के क्षेत्रों में अपने आसपास के ऐसे स्कूलों में और ऐसे संस्थाओं में जहां संसाधनों का अभाव है वहां यह पहुंचाएंगे। क्योंकि निश्चित रूप से केवल हम अगर बिग सिटीज की बात करें, ग्रेड ए सिटीज की बात करें, जहां के स्कूलों में ये संसाधन कुछ मात्रा में थे जिसको हमने उपयोग करके और बच्चों की शिक्षा को प्रभावित नहीं होने दिया। और ये बात अभी सही कह रहे थे कि हमारे बच्चे हमसे ज़्यादा स्मार्ट हैं, लेकिन हमको उनको दिशा दिखाने की ज़रूरत रहेगी, पड़ेगी और हमेशा रहेगी। इसलिए टू फेस टीचिंग का कोई ऑल्टरनेटिव नहीं हो सकता, लेकिन टेक्नोलॉजी को साथ में लेते हुए और सबका साथ लेते हुए इसमें हम सबको अपना सहयोग देना पड़ेगा। इंडस्ट्री को भी, सारे स्टेक होल्डर्स को इसमें साथ आना पड़ेगा। और शिक्षा नीति में इस बात की परिकल्पना पहले कर ली गई थी और हमारे पूर्व वक्ता ने सही बताया कि पैंडेमिक ने इसको एक कैटलिस्ट का काम किया, या हमें कंपेल किया कि हम जल्दी से इसको अडेप्ट करें। और हम अपने पुराने अभी पूर्व के सेशन में भी मैं सुन रहा था, उन्होंने विवेकानंद जी को कोट किया था कि इट इज़ द मैनिफेस्टेशन, और जो है हमारे अंदर उसी को थोड़ा सा हमें वी हैव टू होन आवर स्किल्स, दैट इज़ ऑल। और जो गांधी जी ने बताया था नई तालीम, महर्षि अरविंदो ने बताया था जो शिक्षा की पद्धति, हमको क्या है कि उसी शिक्षा पद्धति को टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ मिलाते हुए आगे बढ़ाना है। निश्चित रूप से कल को जो हमारा जॉब डिस्क्रिप्शन है वो चेंज होगा, कुछ जॉब्स जाएंगी, नई जॉब्स बढ़ेंगी, लेकिन उसके साथ मॉरल एथिक्स की जो पढ़ाई या जो बच्चों में अपने कल्चर के बारे में इनकलकेट करना है उसका हमें बहुत ध्यान रखना पड़ेगा। और राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति में इस बात को बहुत क्लियरली, तब पैंडेमिक नहीं आया था जिस समय यह ऐसी पहली शिक्षा नीति है जिसमें अर्ली चाइल्डहुड केयर एंड एजुकेशन को बहुत इंपॉर्टेंस दी गई है, जिससे बच्चे में बचपन से ही इस बात का बीजारोपण किया जा सके कि अपनी संस्कृति में एक अच्छा इंसान बनने के लिए पहले वो प्रेरित हो, उसके बाद वो टेक्नोलॉजी सीखे। और टेक्नोलॉजी का इस्तेमाल देखिए शिक्षा में, विद्या में और उसका उपयोग करने में, तीनों एक अलग अलग चीज़ें हैं, जिन तीनों को इंटीग्रेट करने के लिए हमें निश्चित रूप से आज की डेट में टेक्नोलॉजी की ज़रूरत बहुत ज़्यादा है। स्किलिंग और अपस्किलिंग, और जैसे इन्होंने कहा कि इसको स्किलिंग का ब्लेंडेड भी करना पड़ेगा, जो कि हमारे शिक्षा नीति में आप मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी अप्रोच रखा गया है। और मैं इसमें एनसीईआरटी का थोड़ा सा रोल बता दूं कि जब महामारी का पहला दौर चल रहा था 2020 में, तो एनसीईआरटी एक भी दिन के लिए बंद नहीं हुई। हमारे शिक्षक रात दिन काम करते रहे और हफ्ते 15 दिन के अंदर हमने एक ऑल्टरनेटिव एकेडमिक कैलेंडर निकाला था प्राइमरी के लिए और सेकेंडरी स्कूल्स के लिए, और फिर उसके बाद उसको रिविजिट करके इस बार नया कैलेंडर तीनों के लिए निकाला गया है, हर एक सेक्शन के लिए अलग अलग, प्राइमरी, सेकेंडरी एंड हायर सेकेंडरी के लिए। इसके अलावा हमारी ऑनलाइन क्लासेस, एक इस पे काफ़ी मंथन हुआ कि चूंकि हमारे रिसोर्सेज अभी सीमित हैं और इसको एक हमारे जैसे देश में लाने के लिए समय लगेगा, इसलिए हमने ओपन टू एयर चैनल में भी कक्षा 1 से लेकर 12 तक पीएमई विद्या के अंतर्गत हमारे अलग अलग चैनल्स चल रहे हैं, जिसमें 24 घंटे वो कार्यक्रम उसमें चलता रहता है, एंड दैट इज़ फ्री टू एयर। और हमारी वेबसाइट पे भी काफ़ी स्किल्ड और इस पे स्किल्ड प्रोग्राम पे हमारा एक इंस्टीट्यूट है, पंडित सुंदरलाल शर्मा वोकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी इन भोपाल, अंडर विच इज़ को लोकेटेड विद RI भोपाल। वहाँ पे इस बात के लिए करिकुलम बनाया जा रहा है और करीब 36 स्किल्स पे हमने इस पे टेक्स्ट बुक्स भी तैयार कर लिया है, और जिसको कि कई स्टेट्स ने अपने यहाँ इम्प्लीमेंट भी किया है। तो हम इस दिशा में आगे बढ़ रहे हैं और हम पूरे आशान्वित हैं कि हम अपने अभी ये बात भी आ रही थी कि हम अपने स्किल्ड को एक रिस्पेक्ट की निगाह से, एक परसेप्शन लोगों का चेंज इसमें करने की ज़रूरत है, जिसमें कि जैसे गांधी जी ने बताया था हैंड, हार्ट और माइंड का जो है एक समन्वय होना चाहिए। और स्कूल एक 4 दीवारी के अंदर नहीं होना चाहिए, 4 दीवारों के अंदर ना हो करके पूरा मतलब खुले में स्कूल की कल्पना जो उन्होंने करी थी और स्किल सीखने की जो बात करी थी, वो बात भी अभी सामने आ रही है। और आपके जो ब्लेंड जो सब्जेक्ट्स की मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी अप्रोच जो रखा गया है, ये हमारे बनाने वाले इस शिक्षा नीति के बड़े विजनरी रहे हैं, जिन्होंने इस बात की परिकल्पना पहले कर ली। और डिजिटल यूज़ हम पहले से हमने शुरू कर दिया था, जिसके कारण कि हमें स्विच ओवर होने में ज़्यादा समय नहीं लगा। और जिस तरह सारे वक्ताओं ने एक ही बात कही है कि हमको इस दिशा में आगे बढ़ना होगा, लेकिन हम जब तक एक साथ नहीं आएंगे, इंटीग्रेट नहीं करेंगे एक दूसरे के साथ, तब तक यह काम थोड़ा सा मुश्किल है। इसलिए माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने ये नारा दिया है कि सबका सहयोग, और मैं समझता हूँ कि इससे हम निश्चित रूप से एक अम्ब्रेला कॉन्सेप्ट जो कि राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति में दिया गया है, जिसमें अपने आसपास के स्कूलों और यूनिवर्सिटीज़ अडॉप्ट करें विलेजेस को, स्कूल्स को, उससे हम दूर लास्ट बच्चे तक हम ये कॉन्सेप्ट पहुंचा सकते हैं। धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद मेजर कुमार, आपने कई सारे बातें हमारे सामने लाई हैं और बहुत आभारी हैं हम NCERT के, क्योंकि यू सेड दैट NCERT डिड नॉट क्लोज डाउन एंड वाज वेरी फास्ट ऑफ द ब्लॉक to bring out a new curriculum and calendar for schools. I think the point you made about technology empowering us and not overpowering us is also very well made, and the umbrella concept in national education policy is also a salient feature of that policy, and I hope that everyone present here would be able to take that forward with their others in the education ecosystem. We are running out of time, so I'll come to Abhishek Arora. He is Executive Vice President and Business Head of NIIT, and Abhishek has over 18 years of industry experience. He has worked with Amazon, Lending Cart, and Upgrad. So welcome, Abhishek, to this panel. And you're the last speaker on the panel, but not, I think, not the least in any respect. So could you share with us your views on this whole question of upskilling, reskilling, and also, if possible, touch upon the importance of communication skills in this whole package? Over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Chakravarti, and very good afternoon to everybody. And actually, it's an honor to be part of this forum, and it's always good to be in the last because you get to hear everybody, and then you can present your point of view as a summary of what people have talked about. So thank you so much for that. So I think a lot has been stated by our panelists, and I would echo with the pointers which have been made so far. And let me take a step back and look at the current situation, as Mr. Paul also pointed out. So 50% of our population, as you mentioned, is under 25 years old and is looking to get into aspiring degrees and build their careers. There is no dearth of education institutions in our country, and we graduate enough and more people. But the larger problem, if we look at, about 56% of these people are not employable, and they end up getting either no employment or they get up ending underemployed as per their skills. And more importantly, when we speak to the employers, they say that they're struggling to hire the right talent. And with the massive digital transformation, which we have been talking about and which is happening in our country, the war of digital talent is just continuing up and up in that space. So people in general don't just require skills, but they also require deep skilling into the space in which they are working upon. And similarly, if you look into the work pro segment, the people who are working professionals, the Future of Job Study report of 2020 states that there are more number of jobs which will be created, which are jobs of tomorrow, versus the jobs getting destroyed. And just to put a number to that, there are 85 million jobs which are being displaced by the shift of division of labor between humans and machines, and 97 million jobs are being created. So there is not going to be a dearth of jobs. The more number of jobs are getting created, but the larger problem is that they require different skills altogether. The skills which people currently are having are not going to be relevant for them. And the third important point which I want to emphasize upon is the national education policy, which also has been talked about. It also lays a lot of emphasis on technology-enabled education. But unfortunately, many institutes lack that infrastructure to required. Which is required to be delivered for this kind of education. So in last 1.5 years, we all have gone through a lot of tough times. But one thing which I call as a boon of pandemic has been the global acceptability of online education. And EdTech, which has been in place, which you mentioned in the beginning, has been there for more than a decade now, but this pandemic has really accelerated the growth of this segment. And online education is probably the way forward. And the traditional belief that the education can only be imparted through a classroom has got changed in minds of each one of us as we move forward. Now, the EdTech segment as a whole has been growing very aggressively, and India EdTech segment is also poised to become a 30 billion industry in the next 10 years. Now, EdTech as an industry solves the problem of education affordability, the capacity of an institution, the infrastructure cost, and the faculty availability to everybody in the nook and corner of this country. But we must also acknowledge that there are certain impediments which have been called about in this meeting, as the connectivity issues in India as a geography, the data restrictions, the hardware affordability, the online engagement, the learner discipline, and therefore the lower completion rates in the online segment. So this topic is very debatable, that can online replace offline? And this is similar to when we talked about in 2013, 14 or 12, that whether e-commerce can replace brick and mortar model. While the categories are very different, but there's a lot to learn, and I've been fortunate enough to work in e-commerce segment and then move into education industry, and I've been kind of learning in this space with a lot of eminent speakers and the people around me. But if you look at it a little broader, it's all about building that capability on skills. And as you talked about on the communication part, it is not just the communication, but it's also about articulation. Now, we work with developers and analysts from various non-English speaking countries, and they add a lot of values to the business as a whole. So it is not just important for us to have a communication, but it's also important to have those skills, ability to articulate. And the other important aspect is on building those softer skills for us. Now, if you look at the last 40 years, NIT as an institution has been a pioneer and a center of innovation in the education space. We have enabled 35 million plus learners globally with quality education and have transformed their lives. Now, last 1 year has been very, very tough for us as well, because our center-based delivery model was very adversely impacted. But that is the time we created this business vertical called NIT Digital, which is the EdTech arm of NIT, which is aimed to skill, deep skill, reskill, upskill people in the newest technology platforms. Now, how is that different? How is that skilling different is very important, which most of the EdTechs do not really emphasize upon, because the focus is more on growth. There's a lot of VC funds being put into education technology space, and everybody is aspiring only to grow the company. But at NIT, we have a very strong pedagogy approach, and there are 5 key factors where we focus upon. Number 1 being our programs, which we build, are practitioner design. They are not only academician design. So there we have an instructional design team, we have academicians, but we have a strong support from practitioners, because we want to add a non-trivial real-time challenges into our curriculum, so that people, when they go for a job, they understand that what is happening in the real world. While you teach all the theoretical concepts, but apply with a capstone project to make people realize what is a real-time situation. The second aspect there is our programs are very immersive and experiential learning. So we create a real-time simulation in our programs where people go into what happens in a project in a corporate environment where they have to deliver. So they understand that from the very beginning. The third aspect there is our ability to build a mastery learning program where we just not only teach, but we refactor the program. So the greatest learning happens when you correct a mistake of an individual. It is not about only teaching and telling that, you know, this is something which has been taught to you. But when you apply those concepts, what are the mistakes you do, and somebody comes and corrects it through an online methodology, will a deliberate practice and a mastery learning, that really makes you stand out from everybody else. Fourth aspect where we focus a lot is on building an all-round skills. We just not only deliver technology skills, we also focus a lot on building your softer skills, your ability to communicate, your ability to articulate, your ability to, you know, present something, so that your life is transformed as you go through these programs. And the last and not the least part is that programs have assurance that you're going to be a day one job ready, and large corporates are going to absorb you as you move forward. And therefore, the places we have ventured into are all new technology domains, right? From software engineering, data sciences, cloud DevOps, cybersecurity, gaming, which is something very aspirational and interesting for people, and 5G technology, which is a very, very upcoming technology in India as and in the telco space. And we are in the process of building many more new products into new domains and new avenues that will not only address the industry's talent requirement, but also transform the lives of our learners. So to summarize my point as a whole, it is indeed a very, very exciting times for us as we move ahead in the education space and leverage technology and build an edtech industry. And we at NIT, we really look forward to contribute to India's growth story by creating job-ready talent and enable the digital transformation for this country. Thank you so much. Back to you, Dr. Chakraborty.
Thank you, Mr. Arora, for your wonderful insights, the data you presented, and the aspects you touched upon. You spoke about the need for articulation, communication, and cooperation. You spoke about gamified content, and this is also something I was talking to Gaurav about. Unfortunately, we won't have the time to come back to the panelists as I had originally planned, but let me quickly sum up some of the sort of emerging points and some of the things that we may not have touched upon. One of the salient features of the national education policy is also its stress on multilingual education, and that is really transformative and quite radical. And multilingual education really sets the foundations for higher level cognitive skills and a whole range of metacognitive skills that help individuals get better as they progress through the education system. There's a very interesting study by Professor Marianne Bertrand, who teaches at the Chicago Booth School of Economics, where she's a labor market specialist, where she talks about the importance of social constructs and social networks in creating employment opportunities and also furthering employment. Even as we talk about policy and pedagogy and education technology, I think that is one aspect we should not lose sight of, that social networks matter, social capital matters, and how do we challenge the inherent inequity that this puts to our societies. There is this famous formulation that if 90% of our success is determined by the factors such as, have we won the lottery of the postcode, where are we born in a city or a village, and the lottery of the womb, which family have we been born into. That really determines a lot of the success and opportunities of young people across the country and across the world. And I think with those, I'd really like to thank my brilliant panelists. I hope we had a little bit more time to delve deeper into some of the great questions that were being posed. Thank you to Indian Chamber of Commerce once again, and all the sponsors for supporting this dialogue and conversation on globalized education. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks again.
Thank you so much, Gaurav.
Thank you.
Thank you. Namaskar. This area. I think so. Yeah. Thanks.
At the end of this session, Skill Ready Youth for Future, I would like to thank our session moderator, Dr. Devanjan Chakraborty, Director, East and Northeast India British Council, Mr. Gaurav Kumar, co-founder Perfectis, and also our virtual speakers, Mr. Saurabh Kumar Paul, Project Director, Paschim Bongo Society for Skill Development, Major Harsh Kumar, Secretary, National Council of Education Research and Training, and Mr. Abhishek Arora, EVP and Business Head, Skills and Careers, Business NIT Limited. May I now request Dr. Devanjan Chakraborty to give away a memento to Mr. Gaurav Kumar, co-founder Perfectis. I would like to hand over a memento to Mr. Devanjan Chakraborty. With this session, we'd like to break for lunch, but I would sincerely request all of our guests present here to be back sharp by 2 o'clock, because we have a session at 2 p.m., which is a very interesting session, which would be moderated by Dr. Anupam Basu, Director, NIT Durgapur. The session will be on entrepreneurship, education in India, relevance in today's context, and post-pandemic new career opportunities, medical and paramedical education. Kindly be back by 2 p.m. The lunch is open for you. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Okay, group photo, please. The speakers kindly join us in the room just adjacent to this at the portico. Speaker lunch is there. We are going to start with our session 3. Session on entrepreneurship education in India, relevance in today's context, and post-pandemic new career opportunities, medical and paramedical education. To start the session, can I please call upon our speakers, Professor Dr. Anupam Basu, Director NIT Durgapur, kindly come up on the dais for the session. Dr. Anupam Basu. Dr. Anupam Basu, Director NIT Durgapur, kindly be there on the dais for the session. Can I call upon Dr. Shanta Datta, Director, National Institute of Cholera and Enteric Disease, to please come up on stage for the session. Can I please call upon Mr. Kishan Kumar Kejriwal, Chairman, MCKV Group of Institution, to please come up on the dais for the session. Lastly, Mr. Sandeep Gajakas, Founder and Director, Shoe Laundry, kindly be up on the dais for a session. We're just waiting for our session moderator, Professor Dr. Anupam Basu. Be careful, yeah. Dr. Anupam Basu, kindly come up for the session moderation, please. Thanks.
Good afternoon. I'm sure you had a good lunch and all ready for a nice slumber. But I'm sure that the eminent speakers in this session will keep you awake. And the session is of special importance because it has got basically two threads of discussion. The first thread is about entrepreneurship education in India in today's context. Now this is by itself, in its own merit, deserves special attention. I'll come to that in a minute. And the other thread is post-pandemic new career opportunities, especially in the area of medical and paramedical education. And we have got Dr. Shanta Datta, whom all of us know, who is the director of NICD, will be talking about that. Others can also opine on that. But I'm sure that with her presence, we can really be enlightened about this aspect. In this panel of eminence, we have got Mr. Kishan Kumar Kejriwal, who is the chairman of MCKV Group of Institutions, and Mr. Sandeep Gajakas, who is the founder and director, the Shoe Laundry, and all of them are, and Dr. Shanta Datta have already said, she's the director of NICD. Just to start, so let's first decide on the format. How much time would be okay? 7 minutes and then questions? Or, huh? Yeah. So I'd like that the session becomes more interactive. Therefore, I request all the speakers to have their first shot of 7 minutes, followed by 3 minutes of questions, if there are. Obviously, there will be some plus minus on that. All right? And then at the end, if we have time, we'll have further questions and summing up. Now, just to set the ball rolling, I'd like to put some of my points about entrepreneurship education in India. It's said It's nice to hear. It's nicer to dream that we will have entrepreneurs coming up in every household. But it's very difficult in reality, especially in this part of the country. In the eastern zone, somebody may object to that, but I have got no bad motive of saying that. The mindset is not very much entrepreneurship oriented. That is because of maybe our upbringing and all those. We prefer safe jobs. That may be one reason. Another reason is taking economic risks. Now, taking economic risks require the basic economic stability. Now, when we talk about education in India, I'd like the panelists to kindly remember that in India we have got different sectors of population, a spread of income and a lot of inequality. So when we talk of entrepreneurship education, are we talking of that for all a rural student who is going for engineering, or is it for some sectors? One of the ways, one of the features of school teaching in Germany points out one very interesting feature. That during the primary school, which they call the Grundschule, they decide who will go to gymnasium, who will go to vocational school, and so on and so forth. And those who go for gymnasium, they actually aspire for higher education. Others go for professional education. And remember, unlike us, for us, the dignity of labor is only in textbooks, but the dignity of labor is really there at other places where people can take up the task of challenge of becoming entrepreneurs. So, possibly in our education system, let's talk about the higher education. For example, let's take Sister Nivedita University. The Vice Chancellor is diagonally sitting over there. Suppose the teachers can take the pain of interacting with the students and identify their dreams, their passion, their capability, their economic infrastructure, and maybe, you cannot say you have to be an entrepreneur. I want to be a researcher. I want to be an engineer. And I want to be an entrepreneur. So everybody must have that freedom, and accordingly, the courses can also be designed. Different threads of the courses can be designed. Another thing that is lacking in our engineering education per se, and in other educations also you can discuss, learning by doing a particular thing. You do something. In the school laboratory, the teacher shows and we do the experiment and that's it. Some cases you have to do, and that's where the importance of what will the entrepreneurs do? Unless there is some translational process from the R&D to the product. So that requires also an education. That you have to learn about what is a supply chain, how you should optimize, so that within your restricted resources you can translate an idea to a product. Then only with that product you can do your entrepreneurship. I'll just conclude with one more thought that I have. Our education system is often very top-down. Textbooks are ready, curriculum ready, certified by AICTE or whoever, and we deliver that. On the other hand, could there be another education system, in engineering particularly, or in medicine maybe, where the students go inside the society, villages, cities, slums, factories, and identify what are the things needed. What are the things that the user needs? And let it be a bottom up. With that, they come back to the college, talk to the teachers. At the very first year, they take up some projects of their passion, which they want to take back to that slum. Let the specifications of the problem be defined by the grassroots, not from the top. I think this culture, unless this culture comes in, it's very difficult to create entrepreneurship mindset among the students. And regarding, fools dare where angels fear to tread. So I won't talk about medical and paramedical education because Dr. Datto is there. So with that, I stop here and pass it on to the panelists. So should I start with Dr. Shanta Datto, who is the director of NICED?
A very good afternoon to everyone. I'm really thankful for this invitation. Dr. Chattopadhyay was proactive for me to come here and with my physical presence. Thank you, Dr. Chattopadhyay. Now, with my experience, I am a medical researcher. So I have 25 years of experience in medical research, and because I belong to National Institute of Cholera and Enteric Diseases, so my research focuses on mostly enteric diseases. So now coming to the topic, this is the post-pandemic new career opportunities, medical and paramedical education. Medical and paramedical education is always important, be it pre-pandemic, during pandemic and post-pandemic. But what was the challenges we have faced during this pandemic situation or the post-pandemic situation? Medical education, it requires a great deal of practical education or training, where the students will go to the clinics, they will visit the patients, then there will be interaction with the peers as well as with the faculty members. They should have knowledge about how to examine clinically a patient, which is very, very important for diagnosis of any disease whatsoever. But during this pandemic, what has happened, when it started last year in the month of March, and I remember 23rd March, there was an announcement of lockdown, that is national lockdown. And then the disease was not known to us. Everyone was in fear. We never knew that what will be the treatment, what is the pathogenesis of the disease, and what will be the outcome of the disease. So naturally, I do suffered from the disease, and during that time also the treatment was not fixed. So that way all the school colleges, they stopped, as per the announcement by government, there was lockdown and closure of all the school colleges, including medical colleges. But here I must say the unfortunate condition of the students who belong to medical education as well as the paramedical education, because I have already said in this training, to become a doctor, practical training is a very, very important aspect. So to overcome that, there are certain technology which, if it is present in our country, then it would have been better, and the medical students could have trained in a better way during the lockdown situation. But like Professor Basu, I also reiterate that That kind of technological upgradation is not present in the eastern part of our country, mostly in Kolkata and the medical colleges. We have several medical colleges in our state, but none of them has this facility. That is pedagogical innovations technology and simulation-based teaching. But if you go to the south, even the private medical schools, they do have this simulation-based teaching, where the students, they can go to the simulation model and they need not visit the patients, and so there is chances of transmission of the infection and to get the to contract the disease less. Like they can go to the simulation model and they can have everything, like the how to examine a patient clinically, how to examine a patient, then discussion with the faculties, and also even the anesthesia, that there is some video and also some model by which anesthesia also can be given to the simulation model. So this kind of technology is very, very important, because you know, outbreak, it has come in 2020. Now also we are suffering. That is it is not end of the outbreak. Again, after 1 or 2 hours, 2 years, we might have another outbreak. In the past days also, we had influenza outbreak, then several other outbreaks. It comes and goes. But if we are not ready for the education system, how we can manage during this outbreak situation also, how it can be managed, then our students will suffer. And the more so in the eastern region, as I have I pointed out, we do not have any such. I do not know whether any of the government college, where most of the students usually they study the medicine, there we have any simulation model. So it is very important to have such kind of high technology based facilities in all the medical colleges. Now the quality of the technology also and the infrastructure development is very much required. Not only opening school will not, opening medical schools, a lot of medical school will not serve the purpose. It is required, but at the same time technology development in all those medical schools, that is also very, very, very much necessary, and it is the need of the hour, otherwise our students will suffer. And now the assessment system is another point, how the students will be assessed, because medical students are assessed based on the practical again. So that there also some kind of technology based model should be developed by which the students can be assessed. The students should be well aware of how to use the PPE, personal protection equipment, and what are the basic requirements for the COVID appropriate behavior, so that like mask, we all know that mask, then using sanitization and social distancing. But social distancing is not possible if a number of the students come to the class. So we have to be ready for that. If we are not, if we cannot make ourselves ready, we will suffer, and the future generation will suffer. So I end my talk saying this. So if you have any question.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dotto. If there are a couple of questions, we can take it right now. Yes, please. Pardon? Entrepreneurial opportunities
in this space, in the arena of paramedics and
okay,
what this you spoke about training, but what exactly are entrepreneurial opportunities coming out of this?
Take this, or otherwise I can
no, I must say, because now entrepreneurial opportunities are should be encouraged. First of all, encouragement is lacking in our country. As Professor Basu has said, we prefer any job where the salary is fixed and we will get the salary after the end of the month. So entrepreneur, that opportunity should be created in a country, should be encouraged for the students. And then I think many of the medical students, they are coming up with the entrepreneur opportunity, like hospital, then lab, founding one lab. So these are the entrepreneurship opportunity, but we cannot think of the entrepreneurship opportunity at the very beginning, because I was told the topic about the career opportunity. So actually after certain years of experience, one can think of to do some venture, to make some venture on entrepreneurship, but not at the beginning. Thank you.
I may add to your question. The point that
yes,
Dr.
sir, this is regarding
just a minute. The point that Dr. Datto made is very true, that there are technologies which can be applied for the medical things. I am a sufferer because we developed an expert system for leprosy diagnosis at IIT Kharagpur, and that was deployed at the School of Tropical Medicine and also at Barashat Government Engineering College, Government Hospital, not only for diagnosis of leprosy, but that's an artificial intelligent package, but also for training the students regarding diagnosis. There are a number of modules. But those were not used, you know. And when we went for visit, we heard that the wares of the computer has been cut out by the rats, rodents. So but no one complained. So also in Stanford, I have seen one of our, much senior to me, a graduate, lady graduate who did her PhD in Stanford. They developed a simulation system with haptic experiences, so they do not have to really dissect the actual bodies, but they can do it on simulation and can have the haptic feeling. That is a simulation model. Now these simulation models can be locally, we have got the expertise. I can assure you that in India, in West Bengal, we have got the technological expertise to do them. But somebody will have to do that, and the receiver, the medical education system should be willing to accept that. So that is a very important thing. Yes?
Sir, to Madam, the question is that the regulatory bodies, like for the MBBS, Medical Council of India, for Law, Bar Council of India, India requires huge amount of paramedics. Is there any sort of, the centralized regulatory bodies? Like some of the states, they have taken the initiative for the different paramedical council at the state level. Even West Bengal has started 2 years back. But before that, the state medical faculty, they were conducting some of the courses in the paramedical line. My question is that the paramedicals is equally important like the medicals. They are at the first-hand expert people. How the government is controlling them. There are a lot of fake paramedic people. Regarding that, whether the government has got any policy for future. Thank you, sir.
So this is also another very sad area. Like it is not only present, this, like as you said, there are many fake universities, fake colleges. So then there, if it has to be addressed, government has to take a decision on it. They have to make certain rules and regulations which should be implemented stringently, and then, so here even I know some engineering colleges are there which do not have any authorization. So that way I think our country is lacking. So the regulatory system should be much more stringent and authorized, and there should be one quality control system in place. So who will visit often to those organizations, and the credentials should be given whether those organizations can continue or should be discontinued. Until and unless this system will be implemented, we will suffer, our quality will suffer.
We can come back to this discussion at the end of the cycle. So may I now request Mr. Kishan Kumar Kejriwal, the chairman of MCKB group of institutions, to please present his view.
So on what, entrepreneurship or on this extended?
Anything you like. I mean, on this entrepreneurship education or post-pandemic, whichever you like.
Possibly you will be talking on entrepreneurship.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. I am privileged to deliver my views in front of this august gathering. Today's topic is extant job versus evolved jobs, either new job created and new skill involved due to emerging technology. Let me go back to our childhood days when apart from three main streams in science, arts, commerce, only few meritorious students used to opt for engineering and medical sciences, as the number of colleges as well as requirement were less in our country. In 2015, study of Foundation for Young Australians found that nearly 60% of young people in the world were studying or training now for opportunities, out of which at least 2/3 of jobs will be automated by the next decade or so. That is a huge waste of skills. But what kind of jobs are likely to be disappeared by 2030? Such as travel and tour agent, cashier, fast food cook, postman services, textile workers, private taxi driving, telemarketing, fishermen, legal secretary, assembler, and fabricators. Many of these jobs I mentioned now will also become redefined with skill that can be transferable to other roles. Flexibility and a willingness to change careers will be an important attribute in the future of job market. So far, computers cannot replicate true human inspiration and intelligence. So this occupation seems safe. Now let's talk about futuristic evolved jobs. Institute for the Future, California is an independent, non-profit strategic research and educational organization with 50 years of forecasting experiences. According to IFTF, following new avenues will emerge. Growth of internet. Today, emerging technology also feel like strange new curiosities, artificial intelligence, augmented and virtual reality, home robot, and cloud computing, to name only a few of the sophisticated technology in development are capturing the imagination of many. As a result, over the next decade, emerging technology will underpin the information of new human-machine partnerships. There is no universal agreed upon determination of which technology are considerable emerging, but few have already emerged, such as robotic, artificial intelligence and machine learning, virtual reality and augmented reality, cloud computing, human-machine partnership by 2030. Jordan Howard, Social School, good strategic and executive director of Gen Y Not, seems tremendous promise for the future of human-machine partnership. Many of the complex issues facing society today are rooted in waste, inefficiency, and simply not knowing stuff like how to stop certain genes from mutating. What if we could solve this problem by pairing up more closely with machine and using the mass of data they provide to make breakthrough at speed? Imagine the creativity and outlook that's possible from the vantage point these tools will provide. In 2030, it will be less about the wonderment of the tool itself and more about what that tool can do. By 2030, we will no longer reverse the technology that is emerging today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kejriwal. So if there are one or two questions, we can take it now. Yes.
So you mentioned a number of professions and skills that will be required for the future. Could you cite the source of that research? That's a point of information. And I think I was quite curious about the listing of postal services there.
Regarding
do you have an opinion?
Services, let's see. Right now, we were sending mails, letters and everything 10 years back. Now, are we sending letters? Now we are sending through all emails, WhatsApp, and SMS. So what these postmen are going to do now? So now they have been changed to courier services. But courier service is also being abandoned due to sending all this through your emails and everything. The particular postman services, the government have to look after this, and they have to change this service into another, or they have to engage the people into some another jobs. Accordingly, fishermen and all those things, technology are coming so fast. Now, your automatic cars, whether the driver are needed tomorrow. Now, while driving, we are talking and we are doing everything. Now, in 2030, in our human being, the chips will be implanted, whatever the sources we are getting. Everybody can know where you are going, what you are doing. Today, only in the WhatsApp, what I have received today, a message is coming to me, letting me to do what I want, and the same message going to my wife, that what I am going to do, and she also going to know. So now this is automation and this is intelligence what we are going to receive in 2030.
I'd like to just take a couple of very important points that he made. One is evolved jobs. Let's, in the earlier session, in your session itself, there was one speaker who said that technology empowering us and technology overpowering us, right? So that is really a very critical issue. For example, if we take AI, for that matter, if it overpowers us, I can theoretically prove that it is possible that AI can overpower us. And there are technological singularities when it happens. And then certainly we won't have, the farmers won't be required, the fishermen will not be required, etc. But if we are empowered by technology and if we take judicious decisions about it, then we'll have to make policies so that we are not overpowered by technology. And we can have a number of evolved jobs. And he has pointed out one of those evolved jobs, which I feel is of very important concern, that is user interfaces. For example, let's take the simulation thing that Dr. Datta was talking of, and we have a simulation package. Now the trainee doctor will have to get the same feel as he palpates the patient. He or she must get the same feeling. That leads to the development of haptic technology. And a lot of user interface design is required. And that user interface design is not necessarily to be restricted among engineers. This is where the media people, the designers, the people with some artistic sense, people with sociological analysis capability can come into picture, just to mention one. So there can be many more such evolved jobs that we can keep our weather eye open to see that such jobs can be created, and accordingly the training programs can be modified. So since there are no other questions to Mr. Kejriwal, I move to Mr. Sandeep Gajakas, the founder and director of the Shoe Laundry. Frankly speaking, I heard about for the first time that shoes can be laundered. I mean, shoes could be laundered, I heard, in any marriage ceremony house, but but shoe laundry is the first time, and so it has to be interesting, you know. Morning shows the day. So, Mr. Sandeep Gajakas.
Thank you, sir, for having me. Good afternoon to everyone, to all the eminent panelists. I find myself extremely honored and lucky to be sitting amongst such highly qualified people. Thank you to Indian Chamber of Commerce for giving me this opportunity to be here and recognizing that entrepreneurship, this is the face of entrepreneurship at the end of the day, for which such a big event, such a big policy change is being thought about and put into action. And I want to thank all the central and state policymakers in the field of education, industry bodies who have the ears of these ministries in making a policy that is going to be future ready, to not just provide employment for all those people who are technologically, well versed, but also we have to look at people who are not well versed. People above 40 are not going to find a space for themselves in the next coming years in a very short period of time. And while we focus a lot on upskilling, skilling, and cross-skilling, these are all jargons for a person like me who does not come typically from the academia and do not hold a doctorate as of yet. Let's just sitting there, and I would like to draw your attention to this poster. Okay, it's a beautiful poster. We've been, since morning, the emphasis has been on vocational training, skilling, but all you see is textbooks on this poster. And that is a subconscious mindset that we have already ingrained in our system, and that's the way we go. And it's a fantastic poster, nobody could point that out, but I would have liked to see a few more hands, a few more tools, a few more machines, equipments, men at work, getting their hands dirty, getting to learn physical, practical, mechanical things rather than, again, coming down to, talking about it. So, I'm going to give a very crude manner of putting my case across. I don't want to speak about the shoe laundry so much. It is in a one line. I'm sure each one of you all are wearing shoes. They get dirty. They need to be cleaned. 18 years ago, or probably even in 1996, as a proof of concept in college, I started the shoe laundry amongst my friends. And I was talking about sterilization, disinfecting of footwears back in 1996. Maybe I was lucky to have a little bit of an OCD, having been in a boarding school, been a national level football player, been in NCC for 5 years. And in 1988, I came through Howrah Express to play national football in Calcutta. And when I woke up that day, the only thing that was stolen from my entire suitcase was stolen in the train. And the only thing I've missed was my football shoes, because that's what I came to play. So maybe there is something got to do with Calcutta, me, my feet, my shoes, and me being here. So yeah, so I will try and sound a little more, sensible amongst all you dignitaries. So what is the entire concept for entrepreneurship or the training? What is the ultimate goal? On a personal level, I think it is more about, educating people, providing livelihood, giving them dignity of life. And on a national level, I think it is about increasing our GDP, increasing the per capita income, so the economy grows, so that we have more spending power. And the onus of that shifts to whom? Firstly, it shifts to the educational system, right from PYP, that is a term I learned from my wife, who is an expert in early childhood education, and she deserves to be here more than myself, honestly. So, and the second onus goes to industry, who provides that employment and provides livelihood. And thirdly, we depend a lot, which has recently been recognized, on the unorganized MSME sector, which has got a very big impetus from the government, have recognized that we provide jobs, we provide revenue, we infuse a lot of opportunities for employment, not just in urban environments, but also say tier 2 cities, villages, and tier 3 cities. And it is very encouraging to see that the entire policy, the entire attitude towards creating this policy has changed, and recognizing that these few fad-based career choices that have been going on. There was a time when, what are you going to do? Oh, IT. IT is happening. Okay, IT, doctor, engineer, that is happening. Ultimate aim, get a good ranking, get a good college, go abroad, settle down there. So that's the trend, and there is no harm in that, because everybody's looking out for their own livelihoods. So it is very encouraging to see that we are trying to make ourselves aware and accept the challenge that going forward, automation, artificial intelligence, and digitization is going to be one of the biggest disruptors, and we have to be ready for it. It is going to be disastrous if we do not look at these things. So how do we do that? We have to not pull in more people from places that they are not traditionally in these lines through their generations, and pulling them into an IT profession. Rather, we need to diversify. We need to encash and capitalize and retain the skill set that is there in our tradition. India has been blessed, and I always say this whenever I have a discussion with somebody. I say India can be because we are an agricultural country. It's not something that needs to be taught. It has been, it's come down through our bloodlines. We can feed, India as a country has the most vast and varied agricultural potential we can plant for every country that goes into severe summer or severe winters, while we have a very good climate for growing anything and everything across the world, and be the largest exporter of agricultural produce with quality, and that can be further helped by the technological, the logistics, the automation, the software development that's happening. This can help the grassroots level. A farmer did not leave his, right now, the way we are going, what we are doing is we are depriving our country of the generational skill sets that we have been passed on by the generations. A farmer's son is not a farmer anymore. A person who makes beautiful handicraft, his son is somewhere working in a call center. We shouldn't be doing that. As a family, we have made a decision that the only gifting that we ever do is handicraft. We don't gift anything other than handicraft. Every Indian should decide that if he is going to do gifting, it should be a handicraft. Why can't we do that? It's a simple step. I will only gift handicraft. If I need a phone, I'll buy a phone that I need. I don't need anybody else to gift a phone to me. But I would love to have a handicraft or a painting or an artifact that has been bought or sourced from a different part of the country. This will ensure that those skills also remain, those people get employment where they are, and we are not pushing those people into urban cities. They are leaving their elderly parents and coming to cities, and this whenever the young population of a village or a town leaves, that city, that town itself goes through a degradation, which is again a huge problem that we are seeing. You travel across outside, go to the outskirts of any city, you will see suddenly the countryside is not doing as well. The young men are not there. They are in cities trying to make a livelihood for themselves. Why can't we shift it back? There will never be a shortage of people who want to become engineers in this country. There will never be a shortage of people who want to become doctors. That's never going to be a problem. What we need to do is we need to stop glorifying or making it a psychological necessity that you need to become a doctor or an engineer, or you need to go to a city, and that is where the good life is. We need to change that mindset. I honestly believe we are displacing people when it's not necessary. Cities are becoming crowded, and there's no dignity in the way they come and live within the city also. So I'd like to close by just mentioning a few things that I jotted down while I was listening to all these speakers who were speaking. We need to, honestly speaking, give everything else equal opportunity besides everything that is IT, everything that is automation. We as a country cannot go forward without looking at all aspects, all traditional crafts that we have, encouraging those industries as well. And we're having this discussion at home when we came to know that I'm going to be speaking here. And we felt that, let us say every child, I'm sure many of you all are parents, all of us have gone to college and schools. We had a physics journal, we had a chemistry journal, we had a biology journal. Why can't a student from the standard 5th have an entrepreneurship journal? He writes down his idea, however crazy it may be. Then he has to mention in that, what all does he need to start this business? What is the registration required? Could be basic, the most basics of things. As he goes from 5th to 6th, it can get more complex. By the time he is in 10th standard, he will know where his actual interest lies. He will have the basic understanding of what kind of companies can be formed, what are the registrations required. That fear is not going to be there. Why? Most often than not, being an entrepreneur is going against your family or your friends' advice. It shouldn't be that way. The dialogue and the dialogues and the discussions that we have at home need to be about entrepreneurship also. It cannot always be about what secure job are you going to get, what kind of a pay package, which college or which foreign university. Why can't this also be a part of the discussion that, okay, what business idea did you come up with? So a father is sitting with his son, Acha, what you thought about, what business idea do you think? Acha, so what registration would you require to start this? Do you need an environmental clearance? Where would you source your material? What would be the costing? Do you need traditional labors for this, or would you be able to import it, or can you do it indigenously? These are the discussions I have seen. Business ideas and presentations. Thankfully, I got married to a teacher, and she specializes in PYP, early childhood education, worked with one of the best schools in India. Second graders were presenting business ideas. They had a pitch. Parents were called as investors and venture capitalists. Business ideas were analyzed and they got investors. I'm talking about 7-year-old kids. And phenomenal ideas came out of that. And I can tell you that we are dumbing down the education system. We are restricting with the textbook how much one kid should learn in 1 year. Don't do that, please. Allow them. Give them project-based work. Give them project-based learning. And I'm sure you all know how to get that done, because there is no dearth of people with the right kind of government policy making potential here. And I thank you for this opportunity, for allowing me to speak here at this very prestigious event. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sandeep. Some very, very interesting points that he raised. I take home a couple of them. One is, instead of everybody rushing to AI and IT, let some people also work to export AI and IT to other traditional areas. That's very important. A farmer should learn how IT can be applied in his profession. Let us not decide for him. Let not a particular IIT, and government immediately funds money over there, if I make a propose AI for agriculture. Let that not be the case. I am not a farmer, so let a farmer decide what AI he or she may need for his or her profession. That's the thing I was also saying, bottom-up approach. So that is one very important point you said. Besides other points that you made, I just had one question.
Yes, sir.
The idea of shoe laundry came to you, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's how entrepreneurship starts. From a weird, it may appear weird to me, but that is, when I sit back and think, that makes sense. And would you like to tell something about your company?
Yeah, so, so let's just say, how big is the shoe laundry, the potential of the company? Okay, it may seem like a silly idea. Okay, some guy decided to wash shoes. You guys are very good, sorry to use the term guys, but you people are very good with numbers. 300 crores of pairs are sold in India annually, only in the organized retail sector. It is the second largest organized retail sector in the world after watches. Now it could be competing with smartphones as well. Typically we use a pair of shoes for a couple of years, so at any given time there are 600 to 700 pairs of shoes in Indian households in usable condition. Just imagine even if 1% of that was to be washed. That is, again, a huge number of footwears to be washed. And at a ticket price of 400 rupees, it's, we've done the calculation, it is in hundreds of thousands of crores as an industry. And because I am the first person to have started this industry or this service, I can call it an industry now. We have 16 centers across India, and we've got other people who have gone into the business, having provided employment to some people. The potential is tremendous. It's an entirely different skill set that is required. We could train people to provide hygienic footwear, hygienic lifestyle. Also, the environmental impact of us making the life of the shoes longer is paramount, because when you don't maintain a pair of shoes, you just have to discard it. It ends up in a landfill. 80% of the shoe is usually made up of petroleum-based products like PU, polyurethane, plastics. So when we keep a shoes in use for longer, we extend the life of that shoes, and also a lot of our customers have developed this habit that since their shoe is maintained, even if they want to buy a new pair of shoes, in spite of throwing away the shoes, they're just donating it forward to people who don't have a good pair of shoes. So that also has a social impact. We're having an environmental impact, we have a social impact. Answering sir's question that why I chose the shoe laundry, I say this and I don't mean to sound philosophical. I think maybe I'll say this some other time or I'll give instances on a different date. But I feel, given the events of my life, this trade chose me and I didn't choose it. And I'm happy I dedicated myself to it. Thank you.
Thank you. And we talked about journals, physics, chemistry, maths, and entrepreneurship. The entrepreneurship journal should be named Idea Journal.
Yes,
because
sir.
it all starts with idea, and the children are flooded with ideas.
Children are.
And no idea is a silly idea, by the way. It's all imitation that we cannot translate it. Thank you all the panelists. Now we have got time for a couple of questions. Here, one, please. Anybody can pass on the microphone here. Oh, chala gaya kahan? ठीक है, you just.
I've already asked.
Yeah. No, that's
No,
okay.
that's okay.
I'll come to you. Yes,
hello.
please.
Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Regarding entrepreneurship in any individual, how would you, rate the factors like, innovativeness, training, and risk-taking ability?
Sir, in India, honestly speaking, there is no shortage of entrepreneur ideas. The word jugaad is added to the Oxford Dictionary only because of that. There is no shortage of entrepreneurial spirit or enterprising and ideas. The only challenge is, so we do not give them the due respect, and we do not give them the formal, mainstream system. I would love to see a bank, any big bank that says, we are a one-stop shop to set up a company. Don't just open an account. You have an idea, you want to start a business, you enter my bank, we will help you with your trademark registration, we'll help you with the account opening, we'll help you with the other registrations, with the Shop Act, anything that you need, with the website development, with your digital marketer, anything, right from printing your visiting cards, we'll set you up. And we will also give you a working capital loan. Why do I have to go to 10 places when at the end of the day, that money that I make from there, they want that money to keep in the bank? Okay, I'll come to your bank, also provide these other services. You just have to vent it out. You just have to give a counter to somebody who specializes in that. They get a 40% commission on selling insurance policies, so ICICI is tied up with Lombard. Max Bupa is tied up with somebody else. So when they can tie up with an insurance company, why cannot they tie up with other ancillary services that help you start, run a business, and also report your earnings, get a proper GST, contribute to the economy, help them that way to get into the mainstream and add to the GDP of the country, and also get a line of credit to work, grow, innovate. And why do we have to be, always called a developing countries? We can be the developed country if we, look at it that way.
Yeah, so my question was different. My question was that these factors, like, somebody gets triggered. Consider myself.
Right.
See, is it going to trigger me that once I am trained on entrepreneurship, is it going to trigger me if I have innovative idea, or it is going to trigger me more if I have more risk-taking appetite?
So entrepreneurship is a very individualistic venture or a thing. And given my example, mine is one of the craziest ideas you'll come across. Okay, I'm a person who was doing his BSc in physics. I dropped out to do fire engineering. I did pretty well in that. But then I chose to wash shoes. And I did not just decide that, okay, I'm going to start a company, I'll employ somebody to wash shoes. I was the only worker in my company. That is my drive. I wanted to do it perfectly. I cannot speak for others. But if you are self-driven, if you really want to succeed, you want self-motivated, either you develop the skill to do it, or find somebody who is skilled enough to make your venture come true. But again, entrepreneurship is a very personal drive. But most often than not, a lot of people who wanted to become entrepreneurs end up in service, rather than people who actually wanted to do service and end up as entrepreneurs. That doesn't happen. It happens that you wanted to become an entrepreneur, but you ended up just being a service person.
Can you please ask your question?
Very quickly, sir. Who's not dreamt in life? Everybody has a dream.
And they should continue to.
Dream is like a castle in the air. The only effort is to put pillars below it. How you build those pillars is the exercise, the effort, and the initiative you have to take. You have to find answers to how the pillars will be built to late. So just on the entrepreneurship side, so very quickly, last word I wanted to say. So when an egg is broken from outside, life ends. But when an egg is broken from within, life begins. This is entrepreneurship, sir. The hunger has to come from an individual inside, and he has to come up with that initiative to make it happen. And that is what is exactly the need of the hour for entrepreneurship, sir.
Thank you. The last question for the session. Yes.
First of all, I'd like to congratulate Sandeep for such an innovative idea.
Thank you, sir.
A few points on what you spoke, because I think it's really pertinent. It's not that you said that there will be no dearth of engineers and medicos in the country. Trust me, I had a group of institutions which conducts engineering courses. There are dearth of people who wants to go for engineering. So the life has started changing in this country called India, where people are going for other kind of stuffs than stuff like that. And you also said that right from class 5 to 6 go for entrepreneurship. I'll just quote Jack Ma, who says that 20 to 30 you work with a good company or a good boss, 30 to 40 try to be entrepreneur, 40 to 50 try to things which you're good at, 50 to 60 try to inspire the younger generation, after 60 work for your grandchildren. So it may be very early in the life, as Madam Dr. Shanta Dr. said, that you may be an exception, but you need to learn your stuff, functional stuff, before you go for entrepreneurship and you stay all the stuff. At the same time, I'm very worried with one point. You know, when I go for the induction program of the new entrants in the engineering college, I'm afraid to say of an innovative course that we run. It's called Career Advancement and Skill Development, which talks of entrepreneurship 4 years in 8 semesters. Why I'm afraid of? Because I'm talking of my community. I put it in record of the Bengal. We still called business as Beosa and not Babsha. Because it's not for us. We will serve people. So this type of messages from you is very important, that you take an idea and get it forward and hammer it times and again until it goes into the psyche of the people, that entrepreneurship can also make a difference. We are there all over the world serving the best of the companies, but not going for entrepreneurship. As my earlier speaker said, it will come from within. If the passion is not there, if the dream is not there. And sir said that the magazine should be called Ideas. I say, sir, that good thoughts leads to good ideas leads to good habits leads to good character, and good character leads to good destiny. So it may be called a thoughts or ideas. Something should come up, something should excite us from the beginning, something should keep on happening, and people like you should be present in platforms with best of the people around to inspire the younger generations and basically people in Bengal primarily. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For the dearth of time, we'll have to now close the session. You can carry on the discussion offline with the speakers. Is there any tea break or no? No tea break, no tea here. So it will move on to the next session. So you want to ask something? Yes.
Thank you, Sandeep. I have heard you intently.
Can I have volume?
And I don't know, this is a very different question altogether. I used to find my 4-year-old daughter, who used to wash shoes, polish it when she was 4-year-old for the guests who were coming to my house. And while the guests were leaving, she used to charge 5 rupees from them.
So sweet.
After the guests are over, she used to get a good scolding from her father, and a mum from me. Now, after looking at you, after finding the simulation of my daughter in you, I feel that, did I do something wrong by discouraging her? Was it not the right kind of the parenting that I have adopted? It's totally different from that. But this is the question that has, and when she was stopped from that, again, at the age of 5 years, she started selling the Phool Bel Patta and Tulsi Patta in a paper or something box, without our knowledge, in B College. Now it is IIST Sipur. And she almost collected 100 rupees or so. She was caught and got a good beating from her father. So now, after listening to you, the basic question that comes to me is that most probably my parenting was not right.
Again,
Madam, I mean, so Rabindranath said one thing, you know, that schools are basically some machines which just straitjacket people. And sometimes our parenting also is tuned to that whatever we believe, we try to straitjacket them and do not allow the actual mind to flourish. So probably not only you did not feel lonely in that. You are not a loner. Many of us as parents did the same thing, the same mistake. So, but it's better that we realize that sometime before we die that we have done some mistake, and thanks to Sanjeev for pointing it out.
I thank Dr. Basu for taking the question on from me, because at his age he is more qualified to answer a parenting question.
Certainly, we often do that. I never did that, but yes, it happens often. But I should not say never did that. Maybe often I did that. Often I did that. So all of us do. But that's the mistake that we do. And if the spurt of the child is strong enough, then they will just burst out. I mean, you can't stop them.
You have a free spirit at home.
I think we'll have to take the discussion online. I'm very sorry, and I'm really thankful to the fantastic panelists, Dr. Datto, who raised a very important point of bringing in simulation in our medical education. Mr. Kejriwal for bringing up the point of evolved jobs, and of course to Sanjeev for just opening up new vistas, and at least for me it was an eye-opener about the type of business that he does. Great. Thank you very much, and I once again thank the panelists, and we'll be in touch and we can interact further offline. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Dr. Basu, for taking this session forward. I'd also like to thank the rest of our speakers, Dr. Shanta Datta, Mr. Kishan Kumar Kejriwal, and Mr. Sandeep Gajakas. May I now request Dr. Anupam Basu to please hand over mementos to our respected speakers. To Dr. Shanta Datta, please. To Mr. Kishan Kumar Kejriwal. To Mr. Sandeep Gajakas. ICC would like to hand over the memento to Professor Dr. Anupam Basu for successfully moderating this session. Thank you. So thank you so much for your patience and your involvement throughout this conference. May I now call upon stage Professor Dr. Bashop Chaudhary, Senior Director, Heritage Group of Institutions, to come up on stage for the summing up session. May I also call upon our summit chair, Professor Dr. Dhrubajyoti Chattopadhyay, Vice Chancellor, Sister Nivedita University, to please come up on stage for the summing up session. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. So we are at the last session, and may I request Professor Dr. Bashop Choudhury, Senior Director, Education, Heritage Group of Institutions, to address the esteemed audience. Bashop, please.
Good afternoon to all of you. I have not been given any subject. I have also not been told that I have to sum up. Therefore, I would like to say a few words. At the very outset, I would like to convey my greetings and good wishes to all of you. Initially, I have attended such seminars many times. These days I am not attending a lot because we are prone to speaking the same thing again and again. But this seminar has been very different, and I have heard something very, very good. And I am indeed grateful to the organizers for doing this seminar. Only the last speaker, Gajakas, Shandip Gajakas, has been so brilliant. And all of the speakers have been very brilliant. With me, I have Professor Dhrubajyoti Chattopadhyay, with whom I share not only working relationship but also a relationship that goes for the last 30 years or so, because I worked in Calcutta University for a very long time, and while he was Pro-Vice Chancellor at Academic Affairs, I was working as Registrar of the University, and we were there for 7 years, 4 months in Calcutta University in the administrative position. Prior to that, I was also a member of the syndicate, while he was also a member of the syndicate and the Dean of the Faculty of Science. Subsequently, I went to become Vice Chancellor. He also became Vice Chancellor. And afterwards, I have retired from service, and I came to be associated with Heritage because of the prodding of our CEO, Sri Pradeep Agarwal. Today, I am here. So, my greetings to all of you. For the last 10 years or so, or prior to 10 years, if we go back, just a recapitulation for 3 minutes, we were hearing from the University Grants Commission 4 different things. What? Expansion, equity and excellence. Expansion in education, equity and excellence. And then came employability, 4 E's. These 4 E's were talked about: expansion, equity, excellence and employability. So large number of universities were being created, and a large number of technical institutions were also being created. As the gross enrollment ratio was about 15% or 16% 10 years ago, the government of India had set a target of increasing that to 30% by 2020. In 2021, you find the gross enrollment ratio to be 27.1%. In Sikkim, it is about 75%. In Tamil Nadu, I think it is 38%. Overall in the country, it is 27.1%. Now the government of India has put a target that the gross enrollment ratio should be 50% in 2035. Any nation thrives on some kind of mission, some kind of ambition. And the ambition for this country is to increase the gross enrollment ratio to 50% by the year 2035. In between, COVID has come, And in between, we have been derailed, completely derailed. And because of that, now the question is, how will you increase the gross enrollment ratio? If you do not increase the gross enrollment ratio, it will be a very bad thing so far as education in this country is concerned. So what to do? How will you expand? You cannot expand education by increasing the number of brick and mortar university. There is no money. And now pandemic has caused a lot of problems. So what has happened? You are talking about EdTech. Expansion, EdTech. Educational technology. Through educational technology, you expand and increase your gross enrollment ratio to 50%. Equity. If you give any time education for any student, if you ensure connectivity, then equity will be ensured. Excellence by providing teachers having PhD, which was the date 1st July 2021. All teachers must have PhDs. By putting good teachers, you are ensuring that excellence will be given. And then the question of employability. When you talk about employability, if you do not have enough employable person, you talk about entrepreneurship. So entrepreneurship comes and you create large number of entrepreneurs who can not only be able to get their livelihood, but also will be able to create livelihood for others. So, Sure, please.
Just now I came to know that Professor Sahasrabuddhe is online. So we'll just actually hear from him and then come back to Professor Bashap Choudhury again. So Professor Sahasrabuddhe, welcome to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dhruva
Yeah.
I'm very sorry.
No, it's okay. Yeah, but we are very fortunate that you ultimately could make the time.
Intervened because I'm in a place very close to Trishnapalli, and the connectivity sometimes is coming in and out, and therefore I wanted to be as much as possible. I was listening to the earlier session also. And Sandeep's session was absolutely superb. You know, young entrepreneur, and what all you are talking about right now in terms of education, access, equity, quality, excellence. In fact, two other pillars which the new national education policy talks about is affordability and accountability. And these are two very important parameters. When you come to industry, in Industry 4.0 and many other Indian laws of company, we see that accountability comes from self-introspection and self-governance, more than the laws being imposed on the individual companies. But if they err and if they are not transparently transacting the business, there will be a heavy penalty imposed on the companies. And exactly the same thing is going to happen in the new national education policy in terms of academic institutions, especially large number of private players, universities, private deemed universities, private colleges which are affiliated to the universities. They have certainly created this increased gross enrollment ratio, which has come to 27%, is not because of the government. It has come because of the private players in large numbers contributing towards education in the higher education sector. But some of them are not doing the business properly, and that's why this ease of doing business on one side and accountability on the other side is going to be very, very crucial and important as far as the new education policy is concerned. It also talks about removing the multiple agencies which were regulating education. For example, in engineering, we have naturally AICTE Act is there, therefore AICTE does it. But if it is a deemed university, then even UGC will come into play. Universities also come into play where affiliated colleges are there. And if it is a pharmacy college or an architecture college, apart from these two, there will be Council of Architecture and Pharmacy Council. How all of these can be merged together into one entity called as Higher Education Commission of India, which directs the entire higher education sector through 4 pillars. One is a regulatory pillar, which is called the National Higher Education Regulatory Council, the Funding Council, and then the Standard Setting Council and the Accreditation Council. So 4 councils, HECI is very, very important. While this is as far as the regulatory framework is concerned, the other part which is really empowering education is through the philosophy of multidisciplinary education. Rather than monolithic, one single discipline program being run by an institution or a college or a university, how one can expand the scope of the education in an institution to become multidisciplinary. Then an engineering college must have a possibility of studying music or painting along with the mechanical or electronics engineering. And similarly, in a law or a medical university, how psychology or philosophy can also be imparted. I think this is one part. Secondly, formally in an education sector, we have found in the last 70 years or so, in India, it is the parents who drive or it is the relatives who drive a student to take a particular admission. Exceptions are there where students on their own will choose a career of their preference, but otherwise most of the time, as earlier also session I was noting, that it is the parental pressure which makes a student to get into either engineering or medicine or some other course. And after coming there, when they find that they are not fit into that, and that is not their interest, if they want to change track, it is very, very difficult in the given process that all your education which you underwent for 1 or 2 years in the college or university goes futile. And the new policy talks about, therefore, multiple entry, multiple exit, getting out at any point in time with a credit. And this is recorded in the academic bank of credit of the student. And these credits may be made use of in another program where a lot of flexibility is provided for taking courses in terms of choice-based credits. All of this is going to be very empowering. The second part which empowers the students is in terms of use of technology. Earlier, we used to have only what we call as face-to-face mode of education. Often people use the word offline and online. I think this offline is not a correct word. In fact, it is the offline which you normally refer to is the real online. We are together in the classroom. You can call it face-to-face or classroom mode of teaching learning. And the other mode being truly, whether it is online, asynchronous or synchronous. And if it is synchronous, then also it can be really online. But when it is asynchronous, like MOOC platform where students can watch the lecture at any time of their choice from any device, then prepare for the exam, take the exam at their chosen timing. How can it be called online? It is certainly not online. It is in fact offline, or it could be methodologically called probably as what I said, asynchronous mode of teaching learning. But what essentially has happened is the use of technology has increased phenomenally thanks to COVID rather than national education policy. And COVID had put constrictions and restrictions on the institutions to stop education in the face-to-face classroom mode, and therefore everyone started the classes in the online mode. And that is where use of SWAYAM courses, which were allowed earlier to 20%, have been increased to 40%. So nearly half of the course today is possible to be taken on an online mode or in a SWAYAM mode, and remaining can be handled in terms of what we call it as the classroom mode of teaching learning. But the second part in programs like engineering, programs like pharmacy, architecture, a lot of hands-on training, workshop, laboratory is required, and therefore this kind of education 100% is not possible in online. But the other education like arts, even probably commerce, part of the science program can be handled in an online mode completely, including award of degrees. For example, in engineering, spin-off like AI and data science courses being offered by IIT Madras for a 3-year BSc program completely online. So some of these engineering programs where the training can be imparted through the methodology of the use of internet, they're all possible to be offered. We had difficulty in offering internship during the pandemic, physical internship, and therefore internship is also today available in the form of online mode where the industry experts mentor the students, give the problem statements. We started Smart India Hackathon 4 years ago. They were all physical. 36-hour-long hackathons were ongoing. But last year we had to do that also in the mode of online, having separate control rooms where students of similar problem join, judges, jury also join, and they evaluate. I think the technology has enabled us so well that increasing the gross enrollment ratio from 27% to 50%, which earlier panelists were discussing, today need not depend on brick and mortar, but it can easily be done in terms of effective use of rather technology. And that's what the government is also attempting at. The only lacuna which exists even today in our country, of course, we are far better than many other countries. Recently, we had a discussion with African nations, and they hardly have the internet connectivity in many nations, and it is very expensive, unimaginable. In India, data is probably the cheapest. Maybe 1 or 2 countries may be cheaper than India, but otherwise, look at the data plans, absolutely cheap. And therefore, reaching out to nooks and corners, tribal areas, remote areas, forest areas, and the true access and equity, which the government had been speaking about, can happen with the use of technology. And all of this is possible, including collaborative research, including internships. I think technology has empowered us. So let us make use of the facets of new education policy, the features which can empower our students, our faculty. When it comes to faculty, I think I'm really excited that our faculty development programs for emerging areas, because faculty themselves graduated long ago. And so the curriculum had AI, data science, blockchain, augmented reality, virtual reality, cloud computing, cyber security as part of the curriculum. But our faculty themselves graduated 20 years back, had no subjects of this nature. So we started under Atal Academy, AICT's Training and Learning Academy, what we call 5-day full workshop, where faculty will be trained in these upcoming emerging areas. And suddenly pandemic occurred, but we did not stop. We continued using the technology, using either WebEx tools or Microsoft tools or any one of them platforms, Zoom, etc. And then simultaneously, instead of 50, we are able to train 200 faculty. And instead of 2 or 3 experts today, we can draw experts from all over the world, right from Australia, New Zealand, Singapore, Japan in the east to as far west as US, Canada, and Europe. And that is how training has been very effective. 15 modules in those 6 days, and faculty get trained in one emerging area. And we created a world record. World Book of Record has recognized consecutively for 2 years for training more than 1.5 lakh faculty members in each year. Let us make use of this. As I said, the new education policy is empowering. It is transformative. It is game-changing. But it is only the passion with which we drive it. It is the commitment with which we continue with it that we can transform the entire landscape of education in our country and make our institutions the globally competitive and start appearing in the global rankings. Thank you very much. Thank you, ICC, for inviting and making a slot available for me before I go to another webinar from near Trichy, very close to Trichy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and we all appreciate your presence, your deliberations, and we are very, very happy. And I'm sure that all of you could get one particular very important message from Professor Sahasrabudhe regarding that while Professor Chaudhary is mentioning about the 3E, he added 2A to that. So now the 5 points are going to make the whole summary of the whole seminar also. So may I now request Professor Chaudhary again to come back with his comments.
Yeah, give me another 5 minutes. I will not take much. So he was talking about affordability and accountability. So if you ensure connectivity in villages, then expansion of education is taken care of, equity will be taken care of. Question of employability will remain, and entrepreneurship development, you have heard from Shandip ji, in the previous session, how it is developed, so I will not talk much about it. I will just say some of my experiences. Look, till 1940, the Indian scientist and the Western scientist did not have much difference in terms of use of instruments. Jagadish Chandra Bosu could do world-class research sitting over here in Presidency College because he and Marconi used almost the same kind of device in order to do their experiments. Today, when an Indian scientist wants to do some experiment, the competitor in the West is 25 years ahead of him. You must understand this point. And in this kind of unequal terrain, an Indian scientist is being asked to do research. And that also with a lot of teaching load. You must understand this point. Secondly, most of the labs do not work 24 hours a day. In Western countries, a lab works 24 hours a day. So if you want to do an experiment, immediately you get the thing analyzed. Today, we do not have that kind of facility. So here there are many erudite people, including the respected Vice Chancellor of the university to which my institute is affiliated to. I would like to say, please do not try to, it is my experience, and I am not saying because I am working somewhere, I am saying because I have got some experience, that please have some lab so ready, I mean with the state-of-the-art kind of devices, so that with that lab becomes accessible to other institutes also. Let Heritage create a lab of, say, electronic science. Let Mr. Kejriwal's institute create a lab of some other subject. So, and let us have that cooperation so that one can help the other and create good research. Unless we do this collaborative research, there is no way India can come up. You will see that people of different ages will get Nobel Prizes. You will lament that Nobel Prizes are not coming. People will talk about it, but we will continue to have this kind of situation. It will not improve. So kindly think about it. I mean, it is just my appeal. This is second. The third point is that this is a request to the university that we are being asked to send students for internship. We have a 4-year course. Now within this 4-year course, there are many subjects which are according to the syllabus of the university we are trying to teach. If some time is given for internship, maybe 2 months, some time is given some time is kept separately for internship and doing other courses, then the employability of the students in different institutes or different organizations may improve. You may kindly think about it. These are some of the submissions because the Honorable Vice Chancellor is there. I just made this submission that if it is done that way, if the syllabus can be done. The last point that I would like to make is this: for core engineering, I am not talking about IT, I am not talking about computer science. Core engineering, the labs that used to happen 40 years ago, the same labs are being done today also. There is no change in syllabus. The lab that I used to do during my time in Calcutta University, the same labs and the same experiments are being done. So there has not been any change in syllabus. So if we try to do the same lab with different kind of devices to do analysis, for example, you are using specific gravity with the help of a hydrometer. It is easy. But the point is there any other method, improved method, sensor to measure a specific gravity, to measure humidity, to measure something else, and that way a sensor business can come up. So if it is done. So these are some of the ideas that I thought that I will want to share. If it is done, then the overall engineering education may improve in the state and in the country as such, and we may get dividend out of it in future. What is the way forward then? The way forward is to continue changing syllabi as things change fast, changing the way we deliver lecture, and now the lectures will be difficult as pandemic goes. Now some students have already been used to this kind of educational technology. So they may ask that we will do this kind of hybrid system. While I do some work, I will continue to do your lecture. So EdTech is going to stay, and you cannot bring all the students. So the question of attendance also will come, and it is an actual problem that the Honorable Vice Chancellor has to give advice to his colleges and to his people, because people may want to do the course in asynchronous mode, as the Honorable Chairman of the ICT said, that it will happen that way. So these are some of the things that are coming. These are new challenges that will come, and I think no nation can live without challenges. No nation can live without challenges. Give opportunities also. So new opportunities will come. There will be not many jobs of teachers in future. Let me tell you, in classical sense of teacher, already it has been defined. There will be no teacher, it will be mentor. There will be no teacher, it will be someone who will help in solving the classroom problem. And there will be knowledge generator. They will create new knowledge. So they have to go back to the research lab. And we need a lot of research labs in future. So these are some of the new changes that are coming as I see. In 2019, in Bengali newspaper Ei Shomoy, I wrote an article that education and technology is coming. I was heavily criticized. By the best of people, I was heavily criticized. In 2021, today we are talking about not only EdTech, we are talking about situation where EdTech is going to stay. And in 2021 October, I am telling you this, you are not going back to the classical classroom again. Classical classroom is gone. You will have this kind of classroom where there will be synchronous teaching, in a sense that some will do classroom, some will be outside, and they will also do classroom. So that is going to come. So you will see in 2025 whether I am correct or not. If I am incorrect, maybe it's fine, because the society moves in its own way. I mean, I do not know. So thank you very much. I mean, I got a privilege of attending this seminar. I am very thankful to Professor Dhrubajyoti Chattopadhyay and my CEO Pradeep Agarwal who told me to come, and my friend Professor Shoikat Moitro, he is also there. We have worked together. In fact, we have studied together almost. And I am very grateful to my respected teachers over here, Dr. Sandeep Chatterjee, who has taught me the EdTech, and I am going to take classes from next week. To the students of chemical engineering, I am going to teach, and I am very excited with the new EdTech he has taught me. Dr. Mousiki Kaur, very, very enterprising lady, doing a lot of good research, and Dr. Shagota of my institute, patiently hearing my speech. Thank you very much from the bottom of my heart. How do I thank Professor Dhrubajyoti Chattopadhyay? I do not know. How do I thank Professor Shoikat Moitro? I do not know. I do not know how to thank all of you, because you heard maybe some silly talks at the end, basically. Mr. Kejriwal, thank you so much. Thanks to all of you. Sandeepji, I have been your devotee. You may be much junior to me, but the way you have talked about shoe laundry, great. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Chaudhary. With this, we are at the end of this 4th Global Education Forum meeting 2021. We started at 10:15, 15 minutes late, and this last lecture delivered by Bashab ended at 3:35, 5 minutes delayed. So I have got 10 minutes just to bore you a little bit about what we have learned for the whole day. you know that the summit theme was pandemic catalyzed metamorphosis in education. So these are the very interesting terms. Pandemic, which helped, the catalyzed the metamorphosis in education. Almost everybody tried to explain what actually we mean by this. We have 23 speakers in this last couple of hours, and out of 23, 8 are virtual. And you know that when we are discussing about the whole thing, we are discussing with Ryan and Pooja at the very beginning that we will do a blended mode. So the Taj Bengal allowed 50 people to be here. But yesterday night we came to know 67 people actually wanted to attend it, and we are a little bit worried about it. And then I said, no, 30% will off. They are registered, but still they are going to off. In the morning, we came to know 60 people are here. So it's not 50, it's 60. So this hotel people are actually after us, and we are just requesting them. Now, normally when we start with 60 people, and the end of the day, we find 50 of us are here. That itself suggests the success of this particular program. At least 50 people felt that they should be here. So thanks to every one of you who are present over here. Let us give a big hand for all of them. Now, just to summarize in a very short, as I mentioned to you, I shall take another 5 minutes so that we are not going to be delayed more. So the thing what actually mentioned by our Honorable Minister is one of the things which I find very interesting is that the flexibility in choosing the choice of subject. You know, that is actually the thing which we are talking about, and at the end, Professor Anil Sahasrabudhe also mentioned about why this flexibility in choosing the subject is becoming very, very important. And we now know that in many universities, colleges, we are having this CBCS program, but that's not in its true sense, because there are a lot of restrictions. X cannot take Y, Y cannot take Z. So there is only certain areas are given. But when you are talking about flexibility, it should be the whole. And he mentioned about the importance of the skill, the government of West Bengal's program, how Utkarsh Bangla is being a very successful one, and how the polytechnic institutes are being set up in our state, number of new polytechnic institutes. And now the Honorable Chief Minister is interested in setting up number of Center of Excellence at different states. And he also mentioned about the 628 vocational training centers, and there are different initiatives. Now, in the inaugural program, Pankaj Mittal and Dr. Nagappan Gopukumar, both of them are actually trying to emphasize on the national education policy's impact and how actually it is helping to metamorphosis in education in different aspects. Now, when we moved on to the second session by the TCS ION's chief, Mr. Krishnan, moderated that, and we have the 4 speakers over there. What we try to look upon over there is 3 important things: the experiential learning, the how to overcome the faculty shortage, and also the outcome, and how the outcome-based education is going to help us, the importance of internship program, and the internship program what Professor Chaudhary at the end also mentioned for everyone, for the faculty members also. These are actually some very important areas which we are going to highlight in our ultimate summary. Now, the pedagogical elements which also been discussed over there by Krishnan is something which echoed by what's been practiced by, in our state we know that Professor Moitro, we actually call him as a digital person, because long before pandemic he started actually how to do digital, how to go for digital, even the exam system and everything. So digital person already actually the different MOOCs and how to actually help from getting the MOOCs and also developing digital contents. He's one of the pioneer in that, and he encourages a huge number of people for doing that. He mentioned about this. But definitely how the practical problems were mentioned by Professor Moitra, and at the end what we also learned from Professor Shanta Dotto, that these particular practical oriented programs, they need, it's going to be the most suffer, how to actually combat with this. And there we find that the concept of virtual labs, there are certain virtual labs, you know, already. The UGC also come up with virtual labs, IITs come up with the virtual labs. Professor Dotto mentioned about the southern states, which have got the simulation-based labs also there. So all these things we have to think about how we can actually have those things over here also. And Mr. Bikash Singh, he actually emphasizes one of the thing is how to get the traditional and this new normal situation education and engage the students in its proper manner, which has been also reflected by many of these our presenters, that we actually make our students to get bored and not to attend the classes. So there how we can actually realize the whole thing. Professor Indranil Sengupta, he tried to actually give in importance to the interdisciplinary education and how actually we can do the flipped learning, and for that flipped learning process, how ready we are. In the second panel, Debanjan actually highlighted to discuss about the domain skills, and there he mentioned about the National Council of Vocational Education, where Professor Shauruk Pal tried to actually establish how the government of West Bengal is trying to do that. Gaurav from Perfectis, he emphasized in a very nice way about the upskilling and the reskilling thing, and the skill-ready youth for future, how actually we can think about it. There is no fixed definition of that, but how we can actually get into that. They very nicely explained about it, and the confidence in the hybrid mode, and also he pointed some things about the new segment of jobs, the employability ready cycle, where the interdisciplinary curricula as well as the a very interesting term he used over in his PowerPoint about the diagnostic assessment. Now, this diagnostic assessment is something which is very important, and we have to think about in a very, give a lot of importance to this. Now, then we could see that the student Harsh Kumar's lecture about the umbrella concept of this NEP, followed by from NIIT Avinash Kumar, I think Abhishek Arora actually mentioned about the way the people are actually going to work out with regard to the international education policy also. Now, the multilingual education is also being highlighted. In the panel 3, we have Professor Anupam Basu. He tried to actually give one, while he just introduced the area, he mentioned about one important word, dignity of labor. And you know that when this dignity of labor word been mentioned in that particular session, at the end, when Sandeep Gajakas actually mentioned about how the things, how we look at the jobs, you can see the actual importance of it. And that, ma'am, when you ask the question about the parents' concept about this job, his presence and other things, it's being very nicely actually reflected. Yes, it is a mindset of our generation. How we are actually trying to see our kids is one of the major challenges. And that challenge has to be looked upon, and that again is going to help us in this metamorphosis in education. And he's mentioned about this top-down system in the education system, where this bottom-up approach will be much more effective in this new situation. Professor Datta, as he mentioned about this practical training and the simulation-based, which is lacking in this eastern part of the India. And you know, this simulation-based technology is going to be one of the major thing which we have to consider for this health science education system, as well as the biological sciences also. Now, Mr. Kejriwal, he very nice